case by the Hindu side on which the court has to rule. The larger case is still about that whether the Hindu litigants, the five Hindu ladies, the petitions in this case, whether they will get this daily right of daily worship at of Shingar Gauri, the engravings which are on one of the walls of the Gyanvapi Mosque. That is the larger case. We'll have to see what court decides, but as of now what we can tell our viewers is that the lawyers from both the sides, they have reached inside the court. We are also inside the court premises at the moment, and in next 10-12 minutes we will probably get the order from the court, and the court has to decide that whether it feels fit that this matter should be handed over for some sort of a scientific investigation, or else that the court can say that since a matter of similar nature is already pending before the High Court, so let the higher court first decide and then the lower court takes a call. What is that the court is going to say, that suspense would be out, I think, in next few minutes from now.
2 minutes from now. Pranshu, one more question to you. This is worship of Ma Shringar Gauri by 5 Hindu women. That's the suit we're talking about. The other one, which is about the Lord Vishweshwar Mahadev, which is pending, the 1991 suit is pending before the High Court, you pointed out. Then on what grounds has the Hindu side asked for a scientific investigation of what they say is a revered Shivling inside the mosque complex? What are their reasons that they have cited before the court? Because we have heard the objection of the Muslim side, but what are the reasons of the Hindu side?
Well, Anusha, this case right from day one, it has been meandering like a river. So the original case was like pursuing that original petition that whether 5 women, Hindu women, have a right of worship or not. Then suddenly the Advocate Commissioner's probe was ordered, and even before the court could take a call on the Advocate Commissioner's report, even before the Hindu and the Muslim side could get into arguments and counter arguments over the findings in the Advocate Commissioner's report, the Court of Additional Civil Judge, it passed a one-sided order on the petition filed by the Hindu side, claiming that Advocate Commissioner has found out an area which looks like an ancient Shivling, and that entire area was sealed. Since then, this entire debate has meandered to an entirely different level. Now, we are talking less about the original petition, right of worship of Ma Shringar Gauri, but the focus is more on what that structure actually is, whether it is a Shivling or it is a fountain. The fresh petition that was filed by the Hindu side seeking a scientific investigation, that is also related to the determining the nature of this object which has been found and which still, as per the Muslim side's claim, remains unanswered because the actual debate on the Advocate Commissioner's finding has still not been done. That is what the Muslim side has said in the court, that let us first debate on the findings of the Advocate Commissioner's report. Let us first decide what this Advocate Commissioner actually refers to as far as this disputed structure is concerned, and then come to the question of scientific investigation or carbon dating or ASI probe. Therefore, we are saying that today the matter before the court is something different from that of the original original petition about the worship of Shringar Gauri. It is about that a structure found during the court investigation, during the Advocate Commissioner's probe, whether it is a Shivling or it is not a Shivling.
Pranshu, this Advocate Commissioner's report, there were bits and parts of it that came out on social media, some video footage that was leaked. Officially, has it been given to all the parties?
Yes, the Advocate Commissioner's report has been given to all the parties. But remember, Advocate Commissioner's report was not about a final judgment on the nature of that place. It was basically about assisting the court to determine what that structure is or what that premises is, whether the petition of 5 women is justified or not. And therefore, the Muslim side has been saying that yes, we all have got the copies. Now let all the parties sit on debating over this report. Let us place arguments and counter arguments on every point mentioned in this report. And then on the basis of it, the court should decide that whether that structure is a fountain or it is a Shivling. That is also what they have said now. And now we have to see what the court has to finally say, keeping the arguments and the counter arguments from both the sides.
Ananya, my colleague who tracks the Supreme Court, is also with us on the broadcast. Ananya, it is important to note that when the matter reached the Supreme Court, the honorable judges on the bench said that we need to protect the structure which the Hindu side says is a revered Shivling. And they had given those orders to effect that till the time the matter is resolved, the wuzu khana needs to be sealed. Could you also remind our viewers what were the important observations and comments that were made by the judges in that crucial order of the Supreme Court?
Well, definitely the matter is still pending before the Supreme Court of India, and remember it had placed the matter for hearing post-October because the court had said that it will only hear the matter after actually the district judge decides on the Order 7 Rule 11 application of the Muslim side, which has clearly now been dismissed by the district judge, and now appeals against it would be pending in the Allahabad High Court, and then the matter would again reach the Supreme Court. But when the matter was being heard, it was a bench headed by Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, which had made a clear categorical observation that there is, I think, no bar under, and this is what Justice Chandrachud had said, that I think there is no bar under Section 3 of the Places of Worship Act that stops from judging the religious characteristic of a place again. And in fact, this was a very, very crucial observation that was made by, in fact, Justice Chandrachud when this matter was being heard. It had also protected, in fact, the structure that was found during the Advocate Commissioner's survey. And now, today the matter, the bone of contention that remains is whether carbon dating would be allowed or not, because there are certain apprehensions with regards to it. First is that can a carbon dating be done on a non-living structure? Because carbon dating usually involves oxidation process that is to be followed, and then the carbon age, the archaeological age of a particular structure is judged. So would it be possible to do it on this particular structure? Secondly, there is an apprehension that during this carbon dating process, the structure may get damaged. So the Hindu side, who believes it to be a Shivling, if at all this would be in fact damaged, then it would hurt the religious feelings of the Hindu sentiment. That would also be anxiety of the court when it would be deciding this particular matter. And whether or not there is any other scientific methodology that can be used in order to judge the archaeological age of this particular structure, to which particular age does this structure belong to, and what era did this structure come from. So it would very, very clearly provide a scientific basis to the Advocate Commissioner's report.
And whether that happens today or not, can that be allowed or not, is the order that we are expecting. It's already 2:33, so in few minutes from now we'll have that order. The lawyers from both sides are already present inside the courtroom. Pranshu Mishra, as he's reporting, that about 58 people have been allowed inside the courtroom. Pranshu, I'm coming back to you. Like a meandering river, as you very rightly described it, this case has seen several twists and turns. From the point of seeking a right to worship Ma Shringar Gauri, a plea made by 5 women, to saying that, you know, there's a river Shivling inside the mosque complex and you need to, there needs to be some kind of scientific investigation to establish that. The case has taken a lot of twists and turns, as I said. But this is essentially about establishing that not just Ma Shringar Gauri, there is actually a Shivling inside the mosque complex. And if there is a Shivling inside the mosque complex, then the religious character of the so-called mosque, as told by the Hindu side, is not really its religious character. That's the core of the case here.
Yes, that's right. And Anusha, you know, if you analyze all the cases which are going on in this case, including the 1991 case, you will find a gross similarity between the two.
Yep.
The 1991 petition actually says that the Shivling or the Kashi Vishnath Shivling, which is being worshipped at the moment, is not the self, it's not the Jyotirling, it's not the self-incarnated Shivling. Yes. It is somewhere different. And what these people want to actually say is that the structure which has been found right now, about which they claim is an ancient Shivling, could be the actual Lord Vishweshwar Mahadev Shivling. And therefore, the demand of scientific investigation in the case of Shringar Gauri actually resonates and gels down with the demand for the SI probe in the original case. And therefore, many people feel, who have been observing this entire matter, they feel that investigation orders in this case...
Pranshu, I'm sorry I'm interrupting you. I'll come back to you. There's a reaction of a lawyer that we're getting from the court complex. Let's go to that.
आप इसको किस नजर से देखते हैं, उसके बाद की प्रोसीडिंग को क्या देखेंगे? क्योंकि
निश्चित रूप से कोई जो हमारा दावा है, कोई प्रार्थना पत्र है, यदि वो साइंटिस्ट चीजों से साबित हो जाता है, जैसे यदि कोई चीज प्रक्रिया, यदि साइंटिफिक एनालिसिस से ये चीज मालूम चल पाता है कि वहाँ कोई चीजें क्या स्थिति में रही है, उसमें जो ईंटें लगे हैं, जो और चीजें हैं, जैसा कि अयोध्या में हुआ, जो चीजें और भी मिलेंगी वहाँ पे, उसकी यदि लाइफ का कैलकुलेशन हो पाएगा, उसका नेचर का कैलकुलेशन हो पाएगा, तो ऑनरेबल कोर्ट को न्याय करने में पूरी मदद मिलेगी। और निश्चित रूप से वादी का जो प्रार्थना पत्र है 1/5 का, इसमें कोई एतराज नहीं था। सभी का ये कहना था कि उसमें
एक बात और कहना चाहते हैं नितिन जी की, मान लीजिए ये तो बात शिवलिंग की हुई, जो कथित शिवलिंग की बात की जा रही है, अगर इस शिवलिंग की उम्र का निर्धारण हो सकता है, तो क्या ये भी मुमकिन है कि जिस तरीके से 1991 का मुकदमा जो चल रहा था, जो विजय शंकर रस्तोगी वाला जो था, कि पूरे परिसर, ज्ञानवापी परिसर ही हिंदुओं का दावा है कि वो मंदिर था, तो क्या आप उसकी भी एक राह खुलती देख रहे हैं इसमें, क्योंकि आपने इस पर लंबे वक्त से
अयोध्या का जो प्रकरण है वहाँ जबरदस्त जो है एक पूरा खुदाई हुई था, एक एक चीज जो वहाँ मिली उसकी हर चीज का कार्बन डेटिंग हुआ, उसके आयु का निर्धारण, उसके जो भी साइंटिफिक एनालिसिस हो सकते थे, एवरी एंड ईच एस्पेक्ट पे साइंटिस्टों ने वर्क किया और एक पूरा उस पर रिपोर्ट बना के कोर्ट को सबमिट किया। यहाँ अभी उस लेवल पे देखिए, अब ये क्या कोर्ट, ऑनरेबल कोर्ट आज आदेश करती है, किस लेवल तक इस एनालिसिस को ले जाती है सिर्फ शिवलिंग के।
That was one of the lawyers who was talking about the case and telling us what to expect. Pranshu, I'm coming back to you. I think it's a very important point that we need to make for our viewers, that if there is a Swayambhu deity, which means a deity which is sitting there, no person, no mortal has put the deity there and it's sitting there, it has a juristic personality. By juristic personality, one means that the deity has the right to property. The case that the Hindu side, in my opinion, is trying to build up is that this is a Swayambhu deity. This is Lord Shiv, and the actual Shivling, which is inside the mosque complex, the actual characteristic of this place is a mandir, and that's what the court needs to determine. In the meandering pace and the manner in which this case is going, that's what they are actually treading towards. And as you rightly pointed out, this debate has gone on for a very long time, that what you have right now at the Kashi Vishwanath Mandir, there's another revered Shivling which is not present here inside the temple complex right now.
Yes, Anusha, that's right. See, that is how we should see the larger picture, or the overall picture.
Yeah.
We all know that Kashi Vishwanath or the Lord Vishweshwar Mahadev versus the Gyanvapi debate is as old in the debate as is the case like that of Ayodhya, or is that of the Mathura versus the Shahi Mosque. Now, in 1991, when this petition was filed, it was originally that suit saying that, you know, the actual Lord Vishweshwar Mahadev or the Swayambhu Jyotirling is at a different spot. Since then, that case was pending on, and I think the Ma Shringar Gauri case was also filed by the same set of people, basically to, you know, further push the larger agenda. And therefore, during the course of this Ma Shringar Gauri versus the Gyanvapi case, we saw this meandering of the original petition. It shifted to the Advocate Commissioner's survey, and then on the basis of Advocate Commissioner's survey, it shifted to a disputed structure which was started being referred as you know, an ancient Shivling, or the original Lord Mahadev Shivling, and the Muslim side kept on arguing it as a fountain. And now, instead of this debate over the Shringar Gauri versus the Gyanvapi, the debate is that what that structure is. And the petition now, and the request that has now been moved about the carbon dating or scientific investigation, is also primarily about determining the nature of this ancient Shivling. So you are right, the debate has now shifted over the larger issue, that where actually the Swayambhu Jyotirling is situated, or whether, you know, the Hindu side is probably suggesting to say that the structure that has been found now is probably that original Shivling, and therefore carbon dating, ASI probe or scientific investigation is required. And I am very sure the evidences which are being collected now, the facts that are being debated in this case of Shringar Gauri, they will clearly be used as a larger evidence, including the Advocate Commissioner's report, as a larger evidence in the ongoing case that is still pending before the High Court, seeking the ASI probe in the Gyanvapi complex.
Okay.
And therefore, we are saying that today's decision becomes important, what the court has to say.
All right. I would give you a moment to figure out the details. Pranshu is also collecting all the information for us. There's heavy security presence at the court. We're also hearing that media persons have not been allowed. So usually what happens is the lawyers walk out and they tell us about the order. Pranshu will collect all the details for us. I will cut across to my colleague Ananya as well, who's with us on the broadcast. Ananya, it has been a very, very interesting case. As Pranshu and I were discussing, that if this is a Swayambhu deity, a deity which the law recognizes is a juristic personality, also has the right to property, then the case takes a completely different turn. The additional commissioner's report, which has been handed over to different parties, is yet to be debated inside the district court, but it does make the case for the Hindu side very, very strong.
Well, definitely, Anusha, and another advantage of this particular process is that as soon as a carbon dating or some kind of a archaeological age judgment principle is used in order to judge this particular structure, it will also provide a scientific basis to that particular Advocate Commissioner's report, though that report is legal before the court, though that report is itself a finding. But when a scientific process is carried out, it would have another advantage. It would be like a shot in the arm for that particular Advocate Commissioner's report, and the arguments would definitely be changing for both the sides at that moment of time, because if at all, as you are pointing it out, that if it's a Swayambhu deity, then the legal recognition of that particular structure becomes very, very important. It would not only impact this particular case, the Machringar Gauri case, but as Pranshu was also rightly pointing it out, it would also affect the Adi Visheshwar dispute that is going on before the Allahabad High Court, and that is why this order becomes a very, very crucial one. And also we would get to see something very unique, that on a structure that some people are saying that it's non-living, can carbon dating be actually done on this particular structure? And if at all it can be done, and it goes on and it goes to a particular finding, then it will lead the matter in a very, very different way, and
in a very different direction.
The court would have to consider this.
Okay. Cutting across to more details and developments which are coming in, let me also...
उस सेवा में महादेव हमें सफल करें। ये लड़ाई हमने बहुत सच्चे मन से, श्रद्धा से, निष्ठा से, कर्म योग के माध्यम से लड़ी है, और ईश्वर से यही मनोकामना है कि जो हमारी सभ्यता को, हमारी संस्कृति को कुचला गया है, आज ये लोग खड़े हुए हैं वाराणसी के, काशी के, और यही मांग है कि जो इतिहास में तलवारों की नोक पे हुआ वो कलम से रेक्टिफाई किया जाए, लोगों के सामने सच आए। हमारे आराध्य का मजाक उड़ाया गया, उसको फव्वारा बोल के, फाउंटेन बोल के। हम चाहते हैं कि एक साइंटिफिक इन्वेस्टिगेशन के माध्यम से एक्सपर्ट ओपिनियन आए कि वो फव्वारा है, कि वो शिवलिंग है, और उसके बाद इस मामले में आगे की प्रक्रिया तय हो।
Vishnu Jain, the lawyer for the Hindu side, before entering the court premises, telling us about what their petition is, why they are fighting this battle, and why it is important to determine whether this is a revered Shivling or this is a fountain, as claimed by the Muslim side. Not to forget, this was inside a wuzu khana at the mosque complex, and the Supreme Court sealed the premises to ensure that there is no adverse situation that arises. The mosque complex is right adjacent to the Kashi Vishwanath Mandir, which is located in the holy city of Varanasi. Pranshu, I'm coming back to you. You pointed out that the 1991 Lord Vishweshwar Mahadev case, which is pending before the High Court, has similar things, has similar arguments which are being adjudicated by the High Court right now. In that case, so far, has there been any kind of video survey, any archaeological survey of India report, or any kind of evidence gathering that has been done so far? It's a very old case. Despite that, is there any evidence on record that has taken the case forward? Pranshu, am I audible to you? Can you hear me?
Oh yes, yes, that's right.
Yeah.
In fact, we are now getting you this latest report coming in from inside the court. And
All right, the big breaking news coming in. Carbon dating plea has been rejected. Pranshu Mishra getting us all the details from the ground. This is the order of the district court that there cannot be a carbon dating that can be done. Let's cut across back to Pranshu, who will tell us more about it. Pranshu, over to you. Take us through the order.
yes. Yes, Anusha, you know, it's clearly a big win for the Muslim side. The Muslim side's argument seems to have convinced the court that this is not this petition seeking a carbon dating or that premises should be allowed. So carbon dating, you might call it scientific investigation, all that demand being made by the Hindu side has been rejected by the district judge court. We are waiting for more for more clarification on it, that on the basis of what arguments the district judge has denied this demand tabled by the advocate Vishnu Jain and his team seeking a carbon dating or scientific investigation. But one liner, of course, from the court premises is, the confirmed news coming out is that a demand for carbon dating has been declined. The Hindu side suffers a setback in the court order. Muslim side clearly, gets the sense of having the day today. And I think the rationale behind the court decision could be that the matter of similar nature is already pending before the High Court. High Court is already dealing with this, with this issue, that whether the ASI survey or the scientific investigation should be ordered or not. So in that capacity, how come a lower court can actually deliver on it even before the High Court has decided on it? And therefore, the big story coming out of the district judge Varanasi is that the demand for carbon dating has been denied. There is going to be no carbon dating as far as that disputed structure called as a Shivling by the Hindu side is concerned.
No carbon dating, no scientific investigation. Pranshu Mishra rightly pointed out that plausibly and rationally speaking, there are two grounds on which the court possibly could have taken this order. We'll await more details to come out from the court complex. No journalists were allowed, but this is the confirmed piece of breaking news here on CNN News 18 that it's a big setback to the Hindu side. They wanted a scientific investigation on the disputed structure, which the Hindu side claims is a Shivling and the Muslim side says is a fountain. The court is saying at this point in time, there cannot be any scientific investigation. One, of course, a matter of similar nature is pending before the High Court. And Pranshu, as you pointed out, that the Advocate Commissioner's report has still not been debated upon. And secondly, this report is also not a finality to the matter. This is only a report that points out a certain direction. So in many ways, there's a legal argument to be made that this could be a premature application from the side of the Hindus who are fighting this case. All right, we'll try and connect with Pranshu. Mr. Hari Shankar Jain is also joining us on the broadcast. Sir, बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए. हिंदू पक्ष की इस पूरी मांग को कि कोई साइंटिफिक इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो उस स्ट्रक्चर के ऊपर जिसको मानते हैं कि वो शिवलिंग है, इसको जी
I'm trying to get the order, contents of order.
जी
kindly ask me after 15 minutes.
All right, sir, we'll reach out to you after 15 minutes. I appreciate, but sir, कोई भी और डिटेल्स है जो आप हमारे दर्शकों को बता सकते हैं? कोर्ट ने अभी तक क्या कहा है? All right, we'll try and reach out to the lawyers. These are lawyers who are inside the courtroom. Most of the lawyers usually come out, they tell you the order, they share the order details because often the media is not allowed. This is one of the leading lawyers in the case and he has said that he's trying to figure out more details and an order copy. Till an order copy comes out or the court really shares what kind of reasons it has cited, it is usually not advisable for a lawyer to speak on this matter. We'll continue getting you all the voices. Pranshu Mishra is on the ground. He's getting us all the details. Pranshu, no scientific investigation to be done on that structure which the Hindu side believes is a revered Shivling. The matter will go to a higher court, inevitably.
Yes, Anusha, it seems so. The court as of now has clarified about the demand for carbon dating. Now, interesting things happened during the course of hearing. The petition which was given by the Hindu side initially was demanding for a carbon dating at that structure. When the opposition took place, they said that no, we actually are referring to the process of scientific investigation. What the court has said at the moment is that no carbon dating is being allowed. So clearly the demand for carbon dating has been rejected. But since the court is still in the process of reading out the entire order, we'll have to wait for the court to complete its reading of the entire order to give exact details of what other points are mentioned in the court. So carbon dating has been rejected. There is absolutely no doubt about it. But is court suggesting for some other sort of, inquiry into that premises? That needs to be seen. But prima facie, the demand for carbon dating of that structure, that has been denied by the court, and that clearly is a setback to the Hindu side.
Let me reiterate that for our viewers. See, this is the process of an order being dictated. We are getting you all the breaking news which is coming in from the court premises. The information trickles in slowly. What we can confirm to you is that the carbon dating plea has been rejected. That's what the court has said emphatically, that cannot happen on the structure. Is there any other caveat or any other window that the court is extending to the Hindu side? We'll wait and watch over that. But the carbon dating to determine the age, the characteristic and whether this is a Swayambhu deity, that has been rejected by the court, and in a limited manner, it is a setback to the Hindu side. Is there an alternate mechanism that the court can suggest? Pranshu, is there still a room or a window? Is the door kept ajar that the court can look at any other alternate method for determining whether it's a revered Shivling or merely a fountain? Pranshu, am I audible to you?
Oh yes, Anusha, yes, please.
I wanted to ask you that while we are in the process of narrating this order to our viewers, is there still a possibility that the court can suggest an alternate method other than carbon dating? Has the door been kept ajar by the court? Will it be fair to say that at this point in time?
Well, Anusha, still the opinion is divided. What we can tell, and see, since it's about reporting the legal facts, the fact at the moment is that carbon dating request has been denied. The Hindu side also suggested for any sort of scientific investigation. Is court saying something on that? We'll have to wait. But as of now, what we can say is it seems that Hindu side has suffered some sort of jolt as far as today's order is concerned. But what the court has to say in the entire order, I think we'll get a clarity in next few minutes. But as of now, the information out from the court is that carbon dating demand that has been denied by the court.
Carbon dating demand has been denied by the courts. Reporting all the facts to you here on CNN News 18. Details which are coming out from the court right now. Those are the details we are reporting. We also spoke to one of the leading lawyers, Mr. Jain, who's a lawyer from the Hindu side. He said that he's trying to get a court order copy. Roughly 58 people were allowed inside the courtroom. No journalists were present. It's only the lawyers who come out and share what details of the order are. Pranshu Mishra is getting us a minute-by-minute account of what exactly has happened. Pranshu, the Advocate Commissioner report, which has been served to all the sides but has not been debated upon by the court. And I'm also curious to know the 1991 matter. In that matter so far, has there been any survey by the Archaeological Survey of India or any kind of scientific investigation that has been done within the mosque complex? Do we have any evidence that has been gathered already in the 1991 case? Because that will be a ground for the judge to deny any kind of scientific evidence in the present case at the district court.
Well, as far as the 1991 case, Anusha, was concerned, Anusha, just hold on.
Sure. Pranshu is getting us all the details. These are the details emerging from the Varanasi District Court. I'm going to reiterate what we know so far. The judge is dictating the order. The details of the order that we can confirm to you here on CNN News 18 is that carbon dating method, that method is not going to be used at the disputed structure, the revered Shivling versus the fountain theory that has been put out by the Muslim side. Carbon dating is not happening in a limited sense. This is a setback to the Hindu side because they wanted carbon dating as a method. We have to wait and watch what more details emerge. The judge is in the process of dictating order. So whether there is any other scientific method which is suggested by the court, or the door is completely shut, that we cannot have any kind of scientific investigation. This is a matter only about the worship of Ma Shringar Gauri, and we cannot go to this disputed structure that you're talking about. Let's see what the details of the order are. Usually in matters of this nature, the devil lies in the details, and the nuances of the order are very, very important. Not to forget the fact that when this matter reached the Supreme Court said that it's very, very important to restore law and order, to ensure there is no law and order situation that emerges, and this entire area has been sealed off. Carbon dating is not happening. That's a given. That's something we can confirm to you. What more the court tells us in the next few minutes is a wait and watch. Pranshu Mishra, our UP Bureau Chief, is tracking all the developments from the ground, and all sort of scientific probe demand has been rejected. I think that's the big news that we are getting for you here on CNN News 18, that the scientific probe demand has been rejected. Pranshu Mishra is getting us this piece of information coming in from the Varanasi District Court. Pranshu, if you can hear me, what are the details you're picking up? Or any kind of scientific probe will not happen? Is that the order?
Yes, Anusha, the entire petition by the Hindu side has been rejected. That petition has initially mentioned about carbon dating, but when objections were raised, it was also amended by, inclusion of the demand for scientific investigation of the said place. The entire petition filed by the Hindu side, that has been rejected. So it clearly means that there is going to be no carbon dating, no scientific investigation of that structure, which is being called as a Shivling by the Hindu side, and of course continues to be called as a fountain by the Muslim side.
Pranshu, I'm going to play that reaction that you have sent us from the Firangi Mahal. Let's go to that.
जाहिर सी बात है, सभी के इल्म में बात होनी चाहिए कि 17 मई 2022 को ऑनरेबल सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने वज़ू खाने के पूरे एरिया को सील कर दिया था। तो जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने पूरे एरिया को सील करने का ऑलरेडी ऑर्डर दिया हुआ है, तो वहाँ पर कार्बन डेटिंग कैसे की जा सकती थी। इस वजह से सिविल जज ने जो बात कही है वो बिल्कुल ही लीगल है और एज़ पर लॉ है, और हम लोग इस फैसले का वेलकम करते हैं, और ये पूरी उम्मीद करते हैं कि ये मस्जिद और मंदिर का जो मसला है इसको जल्द से जल्द हल कर लिया जाए।
Cutting across back to my colleague Pranshu Mishra, who is with us on the broadcast. Pranshu, the door is shut. No kind of scientific investigation will happen. Pranshu, can you hear me?
Anusha, yes, that's clearly, as we said, yes, Anusha, as we reported just a few minutes back, it has been a big win for the Muslim side, and already the reaction from the top Muslim clergy coming out welcoming the court decision. The Hindu side, clearly, Anusha, has suffered a major setback as far as the demand of a scientific investigation or a carbon dating was concerned. It has been outrightly rejected by the district judge. Now, what has been the rationale behind the court's decision, that is still not clear, but it seems that probably court has been, guided in by the arguments that were tabled by the Muslim side. It clearly seems that arguments of the Muslim side have caught the court's attention. One, primarily that the petition of the similar nature is already pending before the High Court. So when High Court has still not dealt with the question that whether that ASI survey should be done or not, it didn't seem advisable for the lower court to go out and suggest something like carbon dating or ASI probe. The second strong argument from the Muslim side clearly was that let us first deliberate and debate on the findings of the Advocate Commissioner's report. Let us be certain what Advocate Commissioner is saying and whether the portion
जो कार्बन डेटिंग या राडार पेनेट्रेटिंग के लिए आग्रह किए थे उसको नहीं माना है और माननीय न्यायाधीश ने मानने से हमारे जो आर्ग्यू थे कि उसका कार्बन डेटिंग राडार पेनेट्रेटिंग हो नहीं माने हैं और इसकी कॉपी मिलने के बाद अध्ययन करके हम माननीय न्यायालय के समक्ष अपनी
लेकिन क्यों खारिज किया है
सुनिए।
Hello everyone and welcome to the special broadcast. The race for Himachal Pradesh Assembly polls is about to begin as Election Commission is going to announce the dates for the poll-bound state in any moment, I would say. Now let's take a look at what is at stake in this battle for Himachal Pradesh. A hill state, remember, it is witnessing a new entrant. The new entrant is in the form of the Aam Aadmi Party, which is eyeing for power in the state, which is for the first time seeing a three-way contest between the BJP, the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party. As far as the scorecard is concerned, let me remind you for the benefit of our viewers what exactly were the numbers were like as far as 2017 Assembly is concerned. BJP 44, the Congress had 21. The question now is, will Himachal Pradesh again see this as the big issue? Remember, at that time, the unemployment issue was the key issue which had almost swung the state in favor of the BJP. Here are the big numbers in this state of Himachal Pradesh. For the first time, it is seeing a triangular contest. Aam Aadmi Party is an entrant here, which will be largely eating into the Congress vote bank. The Congress is a divided house, and as far as the BJP is concerned, it is Prime Minister Narendra Modi who is leading the charge. Only yesterday he was in Una flagging off a Vande Bharat Express. Before that, he was there for the Kulu Dashera, the famous international event, and he will be travelling again to Himachal shortly in the next 2 days as well. So the announcements are likely to be made of Himachal Pradesh, similar to what happened in 2017 when the Election Commission had decided to make the announcement in two phases. So first it was about Himachal elections and a few days later for the state of Gujarat, although the counting was together later on the same day. Joining me on the show, Jyoti Kamal. He is live with me from Chandigarh. We also have Arun Dhata live with us. Jyoti, will it be similar to what we saw last time around when the Election Commission had decided to truncate this entire announcement? First it was Himachal, few days later it was Gujarat, although the counting was on the same day for both the states.
Well, that is quite likely that something like that would happen again, and especially because there is this constant clamor coming in from Himachal Pradesh that there is the likelihood of an early winter onset, and if there is an early winter onset, it's going to hamper the voting turnout that's going to take place in Himachal Pradesh. Therefore, it was imperative that quickly announce the Himachal elections, and especially after Prime Minister Modi had visited Chamba, it was thought that the election date for Himachal is what is going to be announced quickly, because if you look at the previous two elections, 2017, 2012, they have both happened within the first 10 days of November. So now that those first 10 days of November are not very far off, it is imperative.
Yes, so the sense is of an early onset of winter in Himachal, and that is the reason why election dates for Himachal will be announced any moment now. Let me go straight to National Media Bhavan. In fact, that is where Arunima is. That's where Media Center. That's where the announcement of the dates of will be made by the Election Commission. Arunima, So the team of the CEC and other two election commissions, have they arrived, and any moment we can expect that press conference?
Just waiting for them. I'll just try and show you the chairs are still empty. So we're all waiting for the election commissioners to arrive here. This is the plenary hall of the Vigyan Bhavan. Given the media interest, this is where election commission's press conference venue was moved to. Usually you see it in their office or perhaps in media center as well. The big question before anything else is whether both Gujarat and Himachal will be announced. And as I'm speaking to, they're taking their seats right now, Maria. So any moment now, they will start giving you data about the constituents, how many seats, what is the population. And then towards the end of the press conference will come the much awaited and needed of dates.
You can see that announcement that is being made already, Arunima. And the Prime Minister, just for a quick recap for our viewers, is expected to be in Himachal 2 more times. That is, he is in Dharamshala on 16th of October. Thereafter, he will be in Solan on 18th of October. And on both these occasions, there will be foundation stone laying events and also inauguration of projects. So the Prime Minister leading from the front in the hill state of Himachal Pradesh. The face of this election, of course, will be Prime Minister Modi and Jairam Thakur. On the other side is the home state of Prime Minister Modi, a state where the BJP has been in power for 27 years. I can see all the reporters joining us as well, Siddhant. In fact, the press conference has started. Let's go straight to it.
Kumar ji, Shri R.K. Gupta, Shri Ajay Bhadu, DG IT Srimati Neeta Verma, Special Officer IT Shri H.R. Srinivas and Special Officer Sweep Shri Ranbir Singh, and I am DG Media Shifali Sharan. I would request Chief Election Commissioner Shri Rajiv Kumar to kindly give his opening statement, after which the floor would be open for your questions. I would request you to ask your questions subsequently, one by one, after introducing your name and the name of your media organization that you represent. Kindly ensure your mobile phones are on silent mode throughout the conference and there's no disturbance to camera persons in between. Sir, please.
Thank you, Shefali ji. My esteemed colleague, Honorable Election Commissioner Shri Anup Chand Pandey ji, senior officials from the Election Commission on the dais, and friends from media who have gathered here today, and also those who are connected with us virtually. We meet today for a press conference that most of you have been awaiting and have also been guessing since morning also. October is a month with many festivals, and we are adding one more festival, that is the Festival of Democracy, to this month of October. अक्टूबर के इस त्योहार के माहौल में लोकतंत्र के त्योहार को भी हम लोग जोड़ रहे हैं इलेक्शन कमीशन की तरफ से, जिसमें 18 साल से लेके 100 वर्ष तक के बुजुर्ग मतदाताओं का एक बहुत ही बहुरंगी इंद्रधनुष है. It's a fantastic rainbow of the voters ranging from 18 years to 100 plus, and we'll focus a bit on this rainbow. I would explain in the detail about this, but in the meantime, to move forward, the elections, when we conduct, we have 3 broad objectives. First is the elections have to be free, fair, inclusive, accessible, and inducement free. And the second major vertical is the voter, that the voting experience should be very, very comfortable. And thirdly, the maximum voter participation, especially of the young voters, urban voters, PWDs, and senior citizens. These 4 categories we intend to focus more, which I'll explain. भारत निर्वाचन आयोग स्वतंत्र और निष्पक्ष, प्रलोभन मुक्त, इंड्यूसमेंट फ्री तरीके से विधानसभा का आगामी निर्वाचन चुनाव कराने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है, और हमारा प्रयास है कि वरिष्ठ नागरिकों, दिव्यांगजनों, महिलाओं, नए मतदाताओं सबकी भागीदारी बहुत ही सशक्त तरीके से आने वाले चुनावों में हों. Through the vast reach of the media, I would request first that interaction will start with the wish that our appeal is being heard by most of the voters, and they will come out to participate wholeheartedly in this forthcoming Festival of Democracy. Before going into the mode of the elections, we have an extensive process of consultation. And the magnitude and scale of our elections is really awe-inspiring, as you all know. For the last few months, our entire team, which you are seeing here, has been working on organizing these elections, ranging from the electoral rolls to the management of logistics to various things which we will explain. Periodic reviews were done by them. The commission also went to the states where the elections are due, and we had detailed meetings with the DOs, with the SPs, and with all the enforcement agencies, chief secretaries, DGs, and everyone who is involved in either conduct of elections or in the enforcement side of this. We also simultaneously discussed the COVID situation, as it has been bothering in the last 2 rounds of elections. We had a detailed discussion with the Health Secretary, Union Health Secretary, and also with the Chief Secretaries and DGs of the concerned states, Health Secretaries. It doesn't seem to be that much of a concern now, but still, the states have been advised that they will continue to follow the 5-fold strategy of test, track, treat, vaccinate, and follow the appropriate behavior. We have revised our guidelines, which are in this form, essentially saying that they have to follow the norms set by the Health Ministry and also the respective SDMAs in the states if there is any situation that warrants the tightening or the graded response to the COVID situation. Friends, the first and foremost thing in conducting an election is the electoral roll. A healthy, error-free electoral roll is the primary step, that is the base on which the entire elections are held. And the special summary revision has just happened. The electoral rolls have been published in the concerned states. And during this exercise, the Commission has laid a special emphasis on registration of new age voters, women, transgenders, and persons with disabilities. In order to ensure a clean electoral roll, the photographically similar entries, PSCs, and demographically similar entries have been found through the use of software and field verification. They were circulated to all the DOs and also to the respective BLOs to do a field verification of those who are found to be in the demographically similar entries or the photo-similar entries. The special proactive steps were taken for the registration of PWDs, old age, and also the third gender. In this, we took help of the welfare departments, respective departments. For example, the welfare department, whenever the question of the registration of PWDs came. So whomsoever they were giving scholarship, we just cross-checked that they are our voters. To address the issue of urban apathy, we found that there is generally an urban apathy. If I can give you an example, in the 2019 elections, general elections, and if we list all the, say, 7-8 districts where the voting has been least, 4 of them happen to be the metropolitan cities. It's all in our statistics book, which we have published. I am not naming them here, but we are focusing on the urban apathy very, very seriously. In this, our CEOs are signing the MOUs with the departments and with the industry and with the organizations who have more than 500 persons. And we have reached out to the colleges and the educational institutions. What is expected is that after the voting, if the nodal officers are appointed in these organizations with 500 plus voters, and we will try and persuade those voters after the elections, the leave-taking and non-voting voters, we will try and reach to them and say, please join next time. So that's a kind of a awareness which we will start. The Election Commission of India, in pursuance of the legal amendments, had made 4 dates, as you are all aware. And this, by virtue of this, there is every quarter, first of the every quarter, one can apply for the registration. And the now onwards, the electoral rolls will be updated every quarter. और निर्वाचन आयोग की इस पहल पर कानून में जो बदलाव किए गए, जिसके कारण 4 डेट्स में संभव है, और अब पोल गोइंग स्टेट्स में नामांकन के दिन तक भी अभी मतदाता में सूची में नाम जुड़वाया जा सकता है। तो इसमें यह भी आपके माध्यम से अनुरोध है कि अगर इतनी मेहनत करके नए वोटर्स को जोड़ने के लिए कमीशन ने और फील्ड स्टाफ ने मेहनत की है, तो उनको भी आगे बढ़ के वोट देने आना चाहिए। Friends, I'll also tell you how many specifically benefited by this amendment. I'll come to it and tell you. In an election, voters are our primary stakeholders, and therefore, even those who do not have a voter epic, by and large, we have now ensured that the voting epic card reaches everyone. It's being delivered even now, but by chance, if you don't have, there are these many, almost a dozen other documents through which one can vote. So one need not be worried. What is important is to come to the booth with any one of these, even if one doesn't have an epic. Now the next important thing is the polling station. And that's the next point at which we interact with the voter. The effort is to make the voting experience, it's quite protocol based, but we are still trying that the experience becomes far more enjoyable in the true spirit of the festival of the democracy. Our COs and DOs have been asked to identify the lowest polling percentage booth in each constituency. This is what we are doing to increase our awareness and persuade the voters to come and vote. And they are going personally to the polling stations which are having the least percentage of voting below the average in their each respective constituencies. So they'll try and find out what is the issue, why there is a lesser percentage of voting in those particular booths. They'll try and bring them up to the level of the general voting in that particular constituency. Friends, कमीशन का एक दूसरा फोकस है जो हमेशा रहा है, उसमें आगे हर बार नई चीज जुड़ती है, वो ये है कि हर पोलिंग स्टेशन पर कुछ बेसिक सुविधाएं निश्चित रूप से उपलब्ध रहनी चाहिए। तो ये जितनी बेसिक सुविधाएं हम आपको स्लाइड के माध्यम से भी दिखा रहे हैं, एवरी पोलिंग स्टेशन वुड हैव ए रैंप which is accessible for the PWDs, drinking water, electricity, shade, and volunteers for the PWDs for the old age. So every polling station would be on a ground floor so that it is not problematic for anybody to climb. तो जितना भी comfort polling station पे दे सकते हैं वो देने का प्रयास हम लोग कर रहे हैं, और इन इलेक्शंस में 100% सर्टिफिकेट DO से लिया जा रहा है कि सब पोलिंग स्टेशंस पर ये सुविधाएं उपलब्ध हैं। फ्रेंड्स, कुछ पोलिंग स्टेशन ऐसे होंगे जिसमें जो सिर्फ महिलाओं के द्वारा ही मैनेज्ड होंगे, ऑल पोलिंग पर्सनल एंड ऑल्सो इवन द सिक्योरिटी स्टाफ 100% women oriented. So this is our every assembly would have at least one and more in certain pockets. So महिलाओं के सशक्तिकरण को दर्शाने का चुनावों के इस माध्यम से भी हम लोग एक बहुत सशक्त माध्यम बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, ताकि एक्सपीरियंस भी एक बहुत अच्छा हो और साथ साथ एक सशक्तिकरण को भी वो प्रदर्शित कर सके। फ्रेंड्स, सिमिलरली some polling stations will be managed entirely by our PWD staff, or they will be ready to welcome the voters. And आपके माध्यम से ये भी हम लोग कहना चाहते हैं, और कमीशन में बहुत ही इसके बारे में सेंसिटिविटी है, कि जो PWDs हैं वो एक्चुअली बहुत मायने में हमसे बहुत ज़्यादा एबल्ड हैं। उनका चिंतन, उनका भाव, उनके इमोशंस, उनकी सहनशीलता, बहुत चीज़ हम लोगों से ज़्यादा है। So what they require is essentially the equity and equal opportunities, not mere sympathy. And therefore, we are very, very conscious that we will cover all the PWDs, mark them. I'll give you a figure as to how much we have marked all India. And you would be happy to know that. I'll come to that slowly. Now, maybe at the cost of repeating, I would reiterate, if we as the Election Commission team put in such concerted efforts to ensure a polling station within 2-kilometer reach for voters, replete with all kinds of facilities, I would appeal to the voters to value their hard-earned right to franchise and come out to vote in maximum numbers so that Matdata Rupi Indradhanush har booth par dikhai de. Now I come to, friends, the postal ballot facility for the absentee voters because it would be happening first time in these elections. Commission has decided and introduced this in the last round of elections that 80 plus age voters, PWDs and COVID-infected voters, we would provide a Form 12D, and if they are willing, if they want to come to the polling station, every effort would be made to make it very, very comfortable there, and we encourage it. But in case somebody is ill and is not able to come, the commission would go to their house and get the vote conducted. And जैसे पिछली बार 1-2 जगह में ये सूचना मिली थी कि कुछ शिकायत मिलने की उम्मीद थी कि आपने वोटर्स का उनका कोई इन्फ्लुएंस हो सकता है घर पर, उसको ख़त्म करने के लिए भी एवरी एंटायर प्रोसेस वुड बी वीडियोग्राफ्ड. साथ में कैंडिडेट्स के एजेंट्स को पहले से ही सूचित किया जाएगा कि किस दिन वोट लेने जाएंगे, वो साथ में जाएंगे, जा सकते हैं, एंड एवरीथिंग वुड बी वीडियोग्राफ्ड. So, without compromising the secrecy of vote, the facility of voting would be extended right from the comfort of their home. And you would be happy to know, in the entire country, there are 1.82 crores voters who are 80 plus. And you would further be happy to know there are 100 plus voters, centenarians, who are crossing 2.5 lakhs. Imagine that they're all part of our voter list. And we are so happy, so privileged to serve them better. Actually, किसी भी सोसाइटी में अगर हम एल्डर्स की देखभाल नहीं करते, उनको सम्मान नहीं दे सकते, तो it's not a right way of our human behavior. तो हम लोग इसके बारे में बहुत सजग हैं और वोट की सीक्रेसी को पूर्णतः अक्षुण्ण रखते हुए उनके घर से वोट भी लेंगे अगर उन्हें इस बात की जरूरत होगी. Similarly, for PWDs, all the facilities starting from a volunteer to the wheelchair, if they require, would all be available at the booths. And again, to give you another interesting figure, there are 82 lakhs PWDs also who are marked in our voter list. And our entire effort is to make it inclusive and accessible. The Commission puts a whole lot of emphasis on making the elections truly participative, accessible for all our PWD brothers and sisters. Friends, I would just briefly touch the technological interventions. There is a whole lot of technology which will go into the elections, starting from for the ease of the voters and also for managing the inducement-free elections. Firstly, the voter helpline, you can see all kinds of informations in that, including your booth location, including the candidates, the informations about them and results. Another interesting and very important application is a C-Vigil application. What it does, any voter can make any complaint, and the moment he either he can take a picture from his mobile, he can write on a paper and take a photo, or he can type. And the moment he sends a message to C-Vigil, his longitude and latitude is automatically fed. Means his geolocation is known. And our team will reach within 60 minutes flat and would answer in 90 minutes. So what we are saying, what we are appealing through you to our voters, कि अगर कहीं भी कोई भी दुरुपयोग मनी पावर का, नारकोटिक्स का, ड्रग्स का, किसी भी तरीके का उनको नजर आता है, किसी भी पोलिंग पार्टी का कोई चीज गलत नजर आती है, तो कृपया उसको सी विजिल पे डालें। कुछ स्टेट्स ने बहुत इफेक्टिवली, सशक्त तरीके से इसको यूज किया, एंड दिस इज बिकमिंग एन इंटरेस्टिंग टूल इन आवर हैंड्स टू कंट्रोल द menace of any kind of money or the power or misuse by anybody. So please, again I would request that अगर नागरिक vigilant हैं, so vigilant नागरिक, C is the citizen, become vigilant, and it is your election. If you would help us, we will guarantee that in 100 minutes you get a written response on the same mobile number from which you make a complaint. Similarly, PWD app also gives the opportunity to the PWD voters to go there and even register for facilities or facilitation at the booth. उनको कुर्सी चाहिए, उनको कोई मदद चाहिए, वो वॉलंटियर तो मिलेगा ही, वो सब इस पर पहले से बुक कर सकते हैं. Another interesting and very, very critical application is KYC, Know Your Candidate. तो कैंडिडेट का पूरा एफिडेविट which will give all his assets and liabilities and all the criminal background, if any, would be made available to the voters. Through this app of Know Your Candidate, अगर किसी भी कैंडिडेट की कोई भी राजनीतिक कोई भी आपराधिक पृष्ठभूमि है, तो वो इस पर स्पष्ट रूप से दिखाई देगी क्या अपराध है उनके ऊपर में, किस तरीके की FIR है, उसकी क्या डिटेल्स हैं, केस की क्या स्टेटस है. एंड इन एडिशन, एज यू ऑल नो, 3 times दे विल हैव टू पब्लिश इन द न्यूज़पेपर्स. तो कमीशन का काम है कि अगर की क्रिमिनलिटी इन द इलेक्शंस, इन द पॉलिटिक्स गेट्स एलिमिनेटेड, रिड्यूस्ड, इफ नॉट एलिमिनेटेड, उसके लिए हम ऐसी व्यवस्था करें कि कम से कम उसकी पृष्ठभूमि वोटर के सामने स्पष्ट दिखाई दे. Then it is voter's choice. We enable the voter to take an informed choice. It's part of the disclosure. And all the assets, liabilities would also be known in this. So your constituency, your candidate, his background, financial, criminal, if any, would all be known through the Know Your Candidate. So please use this. Not for voters, for the candidates also there is an application called Suvidha. जितनी भी entitlements उनके हैं, वो सब ऑनलाइन अप्लाई कर सकते हैं. एंड वी हैव डायरेक्टेड, कमीशन इज डायरेक्टेड दैट इट विल बी सर्व्ड टू द कैंडिडेट्स ऑन फर्स्ट इन फर्स्ट आउट बेसिस, सो दैट देयर इज नो बायस. हुसएवर लॉक्स इन फर्स्ट, हुसएवर अप्लाइज फॉर ए ग्राउंड और फॉर एनी फैसिलिटी फर्स्ट, एंड इफ दैट इज ए लिमिटेड प्लेस स्पेस, he or she will be given the candidate first. Friends, we also had a detailed interaction with the enforcement agencies, and to just tell you that no cash would move in the poll going states between after 5 o'clock till 10 o'clock in the morning. Banks have been directed कि कोई भी कैश का मूवमेंट अपनी वैन के थ्रू नहीं करेंगे. ऐसा देखा गया है कि उसी वैन को यूज करके कुछ ना कुछ लोग कोशिश कर सकते हैं कि उसमें कैश मूव हो इलीगल, उसको मना किया गया. एयरपोर्ट्स वुड बी अंडर वॉच. द GST वुड कीप ए ट्रैक ऑन ऑल द ई-बिल्स टू फाइंड आउट दैट नो कंज्यूमर गुड्स, देयर इज नो स्पर्ट इन सप्लाई ऑफ कंज्यूमर गुड्स इन दैट पर्टिकुलर स्टेट for distribution as a freebie or as an inducement. All the borders would be sealed in these states. There would be there would be strict watch on any kinds of money or cash or drugs or that kind of thing. Friends, during this phase in the communication age, there are a whole lot of misinformation and fake news and narratives which get generated. So through you again, we request the voters to be vigilant, to at least see that पिछले कितने इलेक्शन में सेम न्यूज़ उसी प्रकार से चल चुकी है. उसको कम से कम आगे बढ़ाने से पहले अपनी थोड़ी सी विजडम लगा के सोच लें कि ये सच हो सकती है कि नहीं. फेक नैरेटिव्स में आगे बढ़ाने में मदद ना करें. अगर लगता है ठीक है तो जरूर आगे बढ़ाएं, उनका हक है. But we have established social media teams in the CO office and all the district magistrates and SSP's offices to keep a strict watch. And if anybody tries to create rumors or create fake news or news which are objectionable, the appropriate action the teams would take as mandated under the law. So, having given you an overview of the efforts which have gone into the entire preparation, now I would come to the main thing for which you are waiting. And to tell you first, the term of the Legislative Assembly of Himachal Pradesh is expiring on 8th of January 2023. And there are 68 ACs across 12 districts, and with the specific seats reserved for SCs and STs. So out of 68, 17 seats are reserved for SCs and 3 seats are reserved for STs. As you see the data on this slide, the forthcoming legislative election, our teams would be ready to serve more than 55 lakh electors, of whom about 67,000 are service voters and 56,000 in the state of Himachal would be PWDs. And you would be happy to know that there are 1,184 voters who are 100 plus. And we have reached everybody's house as a mark of respect towards them. And you will be happy to know, and it's a motivational thing for our young voters. There are voters who have voted in all elections since 1950, all, including the local body elections. And there are 1,184, and they come to, many of them come to the booth. They say, we do not need the Form 12D, we will come to the booth. So they are really the source of inspiration for all of us. And हमने उनको सबके घर में एक चिट्ठी भेज के अपने BLO साहब के थ्रू या अफसर्स के थ्रू सबको सम्मानित भी किया और आभार भी प्रकट किया कि आप ही की प्रेरणा से बाकी लोग भी आगे बढ़ के वोट दे सकें. Friends, there are 1.2 lakh voters who would be 80 plus in Himachal, and 1.86 lakh voters would be first time voters between 18 years and 19 years. And these are the ones with whom we are very, very focused way we are connecting with all of them by organizing large number of events in their colleges and institutions. As you know, the amendment in section 14 enabled us to register voters in the 4 qualifying dates. तो आप इसको अगर मैं ऐसे समझाऊं कि जो लोग 1 जनवरी अगर ये अमेंडमेंट ना होता तो 1 जनवरी 22 को जो भी लोग 18 इयर्स के हो गए वही वोटर बन पाते. उसके बाद में 1 जनवरी 23 की क्वालिफाइंग डेट से वोटर बनते. बट बिकॉज ऑफ दिस चेंज in Himachal alone, those who were born after 1st January 22 but before October 22, 43,173 additional voters have been enrolled and they would be able to participate in this festival. This is only because of the amendment which happened, and you can extrapolate it and see because of these 4 changes. And now what we have done and what will happen in the SSR now, even if somebody is 17 and is going to be 18 next year till October 2023, in the new SSR which is coming in the entire country, they can apply in advance. And we take the responsibility of keeping that application with us and making him or her the voter the date on his or her birthday. And our officers will send them a kit, a welcome kit for the new voters, which will contain the EPIC card, which will contain how to vote, which will contain about how the EVMs function, which will contain the digital, the website links to where they can educate themselves about the election process. We, through you, call upon all voters in Himachal to come out and vote. Their participation should take inspiration from the elders who are there in that state, and our fervent appeal that all stakeholders maintain COVID appropriate behavior. Friends, आयोग ने हमेशा मीडिया को चुनावी प्रक्रिया में अपना सबसे बड़ा एलाई माना है. It's a kind of a natural ally. That is why first time we come here and announce. There is nobody who comes to know of this. मैं दोहराना चाहूँगा कि आपके माध्यम से सभी वोटर्स को एक बार पुनः अपील करेंगे, and the exact schedule for the state would be as it's being shown on your slides. वो दे दो notification की dates दे दो. If it is visible, the date for the Gazette notification would be 17th October. The election would be in one phase. Last date for nomination would be 25th October, that is Tuesday. Date for scrutiny would be 27th. Last date for withdrawal would be 29th. And date of poll 12th November. And date of counting 8th December. And the entire process is completed by 10th of December. So again, through you with the appeal to all the voters on behalf of all of us to come and vote in the state of Himachal, I hand over to Shefali ji back. Thank you.
We'll take questions. Neeraj, आप शुरू करें. माइक दे दें यहाँ फर्स्ट रो में. नीरज.
हेलो
जी
सर, नीरज हूँ न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया से, नेटवर्क 18 से.
जी
मेरा सवाल तो एक ही है, लेकिन उससे जुड़े कई क्लैरिफिकेशन चाहिए होंगे. क्या गुजरात, पहला तो ये कि गुजरात चुनाव की घोषणा अपने साथ में करने का फैसला क्यों लिया, साथ में न करने का फैसला क्यों लिया? इसी से जुड़ा हुआ सवाल है, क्या गुजरात विधानसभा चुनाव की घोषणा 8 दिसंबर के बाद होगी, क्योंकि गुजरात के विधानसभा की अवधि में वक्त अभी काफी है, क्योंकि पिछली बार 10 दिनों के फासले पे दोनों राज्यों के चुनाव की घोषणा की गई थी. और तीसरा सवाल यह है, दोनों सवालों के जवाब से वो होगा कि आप ही लोगों ने रूल बनाया है कि 6 महीने के अंतराल के अंदर में जिन राज्यों के विधानसभा चुनाव होंगे उनकी घोषणा साथ में की जाएगी. अभी साल के शुरुआत में उत्तर प्रदेश में हमने देखा था, उत्तर प्रदेश के साथ बाकी 4 राज्यों के. तो जो रूल चुनाव आयोग बनाता है, मैं ये तो नहीं कहूंगा कि उसका उल्लंघन कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उससे आप लोग पीछे हट रहे हैं, उसी को आप लोग रूल को बदल रहे हैं. तो ऐसा क्यों है, अलग अलग क्यों है? 6 महीना के अंदर 2 राज्यों के विधानसभा की अवधि खत्म होती है और आप लोग जो हैं अलग अलग चुनाव की घोषणा कर रहे हैं.
एक साथ 3-4 क्वेश्चन ले लेते. जी एक और ले लेते.
सर, मेरा नाम रवि त्रिपाठी है, मैं जी न्यूज़ से हूँ. मेरा सवाल ये है कि पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ये सवाल उठा रही थी कि एक राज्य का चुनाव हो जाएगा और उसके नतीजे आने के बाद दूसरे राज्य का चुनाव तुरंत होगा, तो चुनाव प्रभावित माना जाएगा कि इसके रिजल्ट की वजह से उसका, ये इस तरह के सवाल उठते रहते हैं. तो आपने इस बात का ध्यान रखा था शायद पिछली बार इसी बात को ध्यान में रखते हुए दोनों के रिजल्ट 18 तारीख को किए गए थे. क्या इस बार इस बात को ध्यान में रखा गया है या नहीं आएगी? इस तरह की शिकायत आएगी तो उसका किस तरह से आप उसका मुकाबला करेंगे?
आप भी ले लें.
सर, मेरा नाम प्रदीप है, टोटल टीवी न्यूज़ से हूँ. और सवाल यही है सर, जिस तरीके से जो सब इंतज़ार कर रहे थे, जिस तरीके से चुनावी शेड्यूल का, गुजरात भी सबसे बड़ा चुनावी मुकाबला जिस पर नजरें थी, लेकिन ये जो चुनावी मुकाबला सिर्फ अनाउंस हुआ है, हिमाचल का तारीखें अनाउंस हुई हैं, लेकिन दूसरी तरफ अगर देखें गुजरात में भी आपने बैठकें की थी, गुजरात की तैयारियां, ऐसे लग रहा था कि आप अनाउंस करेंगे. इसके पीछे हटने की क्या वजह रही? क्योंकि आपने पूरा शेड्यूल वहां पर तैयार किया था, बैठकें कर ली थी, तमाम तैयारियां पूरी हो चुकी थी, होल्ड रखने की वजह क्या है?
सर,
on this only?
Sir,
one more.
Sir, this is on election. Have anything being decided or recommended to the parties on the freebies? I'm Anuj from Republic TV. Have anything recommended to the political parties on freebies?
So I will take these questions. The first from the first row and all 3 together. Is it? Ji? both. I'll do both so that it's fair to everybody. Commission actually goes by the convention in announcing the schedule of elections. It has decided to go by the convention which was set up, which was last followed. In any case, the preparation and conduct of elections is a very detailed exercise, and it takes into account various factors, variable factors, consultation with all the stakeholders, and the factors which are competitive. As the friend asked, the impact of result of one election on the another, the gap between the two elections. As Mr. Neeraj asked, that we have all in the recent past announced together. So you may know that when the elections were announced together in the round in 5 states, West Bengal, Pondicherry, Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Assam, there was a gap of 10 to 15 days. In these elections, there is a gap of 40 days in the qualifying date. There are factors like the weather. In case of Himachal Pradesh, the weather is a very important factor, especially in the upper reaches, in the constituencies where snowing takes place. So, having seen everything together, including the MCC period which extends, including the preponing in certain states when there is a gap of more than, closer to 2 months, less than 2 months, there are multiple factors. And after examining everything, Commission weighed everything and decided to go by the convention which was last held. Further, MCC period, which gets extended, has been reduced, if you would see the details, from 70 days to 57 days, which is a reduction of 13 days. This is first. And also, if you see it against the 2012 elections announcement when it was combined, there is a reduction from 81 days in the entire period to 57 days, which is 30% less. So now we do not want that the entire election exercise continues for a very long period. It does not disturb anybody. And because of the variety of factors, multiple things together, Commission decided to go by the convention which was set up last time. Let's ask somebody else. When we come for Gujarat, we'll tell you this. We go to the last.
Can you just clarify what you just said? 40 days gap?
I'll explain it again. The MCC period, which was last time in the 2 states, is getting reduced in Himachal from 70 days to 57 days. Many in Himachal Pradesh had to wait for a long time for the declaration of results after the polling. That period is also substantially reduced. So, while we followed the convention, we further refined it so that the MCC is not unduly extended. Voting takes place before the onset of the snow. Festival season is over by now because you know in Himachal the Shara and all is so much festive mahal. So everything put together, going by the convention and further refining. And we'll come for the next stage.
I just hope I'm not misquoting you.
Informist Media. Sir, this is Shahid Abbas from Informist Media. But yes, sir, one sec. Let me finish.
So 12th November, 68 constituencies in Himachal Pradesh will see polls, and it will be a one-phase election which will be taking place in Himachal Pradesh, counting on 8th of December. But as the CEC is emphasizing on convention, so does it mean going with the convention, the counting of votes will also take place in the state of Gujarat, just as it happened last time around. Arun Dhata, Jyoti Kamal is joining us live. Jyoti, going with the convention, we can safely say perhaps that when it comes to both these states, yes, the announcements have happened just of the state of Himachal Pradesh, but the counting last time around also in 2017 happened together of both Gujarat and Himachal.
Yes, that's right. In fact, if you go by what the CEC just said, he specifically mentioned what we were talking about earlier, that the weather is a complicating factor in Himachal Pradesh, which perhaps led to this decision in terms of when does the voting actually take place, and that's where the date has now been set. Like we were saying the last time round, it was 9th of November. Before that, it was 4th of November. It's 12th of November. There is snow that's already started falling in the upper reaches of Himachal Pradesh. So while the voting takes place, the counting date has yet to be kind of figured out for Gujarat, and that's where one can probably see that convention being followed there. But for now, very clearly, it is the weather that is being the driving factor here in terms of deciding the date, which is 12th of November now.
Yes, that has been the case. And multiple issues, certainly. Pallavi Ghosh is also continuing to be with us. Pallavi, so the dates are announced as far as Himachal is concerned, and the date for nomination, the other processes will begin in the next 1 week. What will be the big battle that you will be watching out for in that hill state?
Well, I mean, whatever happened the last time round, for example, unemployment, inflation, rising prices, those are usually the key issues. There's also an anti-incumbency which usually works against the present government. More than that, Maria, normally like Punjab, Himachal Pradesh also throws up a cyclical pattern. But, you know, very often real politics defies those patterns, which we saw in the case of Punjab once, where the Akali Dal came back to power 2 times round. So will that happen in Himachal Pradesh once again? This is one state, I would say, where the Congress party is quite confident and gung-ho about. And the reason is that unlike in Gujarat, the impact of the AAP has not been that harsh. The AAP too has faced an exodus of sorts, many of them joining the BJP, few of them joining the Congress party. If I'm going to talk about the two main political parties, the BJP clearly the party in power, the charisma of the Prime Minister, the fact that he understands the state completely because he has been in charge of Himachal Pradesh as General Secretary when he was a part of the BJP organization, so to say. So I think that's one factor which works in his favor. The last few development projects which have been announced, the SOPs which have been given to apple growers who are the backbone of the Himachali economy, that's also something which works for the BJP. But what works for the Congress is, of course, hopefully for them, as they think, the anti-incumbency, the unemployment, rising prices, they think those are the factors which they can bring forward. Also, very quickly, in Himachal Pradesh, the Congress faces a problem, and the problem is the legacy of Veerbhadra Singh. I mean, last time round, Veerbhadra Singh is a stalwart who was a giant leader, and I think the Congress acknowledges that without them, and without him rather, they are on a back foot. So many of the posters as you pass through Himachal Pradesh of the Congress party does show Veerbhadra Singh predominantly, and that's also one of the reasons why his wife, Pratibha Singh, has also been made, so to say, the face of the Congress party in the state. So will that legacy of Veerbhadra help in combat the power of the BJP, which is in power over in Himachal Pradesh?
Pallavi, before I let you go, so you are seeing this bipolar contest, or is Aam Aadmi Party really a factor? You know, because we get a different picture sitting in Delhi, but when we travel any poll-bound state, it throws up a completely different surprise. That are there factors, what appears to be visible from a distance, really at play on ground?
Now, I wouldn't say from a distance over here, but the point over here, Maria, is that Aam Aadmi Party is, I would say, somewhat of a factor very much there. You know, when I do travel to Himachal Pradesh, we do get to meet a lot of people who are a little restless with the Congress as well as an alternative. Or to a large extent, many of them are also restless with the BJP. I mean, as many of us know, Jairam Thakur, there was a speculation, is he going to be replaced just ahead of the elections? Clearly, that's not going to be the case. He's going to be the sitting chief minister when the party faces the polls. What the AAP capitalizes on is that restlessness with both the political parties. But AAP has also been seeing an exodus. I mean, we saw a large number of leaders who had joined the Aam Aadmi Party in Himachal going back and joining the BJP, and some of them joining the Congress. For now, the Aam Aadmi Party's focus has largely been there on Gujarat. But there are parts of Himachal Pradesh like Una, which is adjoining to Punjab. And in Punjab, the Aam Aadmi Party is in power. Will that have a spillover effect? That's also one assumption which is working on, and therefore I would certainly, as a political reporter, not completely negate the AAP factor. How it works out in the days to go, the concentration of AAP on Himachal Pradesh till they shift the concentration of Gujarat, these are going to be a part of the changing dynamics.
All right. Arun Dhata is joining me as well. Arun, The Prime Minister has been leading from the front in both these states. One is his home state, the other a state where he was General Secretary in the past. So he understands each and every region of the hill state quite well. He was in Himachal, in Una only yesterday, is travelling to Dharamshala and Solan over the next few days. That is the message that he is sending, that he is on the front line, that he is going to be the face of these elections, the biggest mascot of the BJP. What is the kind of preparations that has been in place from the BJP? Because we do know that all the senior leaders, all the top ministers have been told to park themselves literally in multiple districts, be it in Himachal or in Gujarat. The BJP, as always, sending a message that they will not leave anything to chance.
Well, that's right, Maria, and Prime Minister Modi, whenever he is in Himachal Pradesh, he never forgets to mention his bond with the state. And every visit in last 1 month which Prime Minister Modi has done of Himachal Pradesh, he has all the time talked about the learnings which he has got from the state, and the way people welcomed him. Now, as we were discussing, the kind of a factor, the kind of role which Prime Minister Modi is going to play in the state is something which is very, very important, because we know the culture of Himachal Pradesh. Every 5 years there is a change in the government, and this time around, why it is important for the BJP to actually not to let that change of 5 year happen, because the way they are taking on Congress party, the way they are projecting Congress party, that it's a complete domination and decimation of the Congress party, and Congress party is on a decline mode. So if BJP does not perform well in Himachal Pradesh, it will not have a good sign or a signal, and therefore we had seen Prime Minister Modi doing flurry of rallies, road shows in Himachal Pradesh. Various inaugurations are taking place, and of course most recent one was yesterday when he flagged off that Vande Bharat Express from Una, and that express will not only increase the tourism in Himachal Pradesh, but that will also bring the state, that will also connect the state with the national capital as well. And before that, we had
I have just enough time, Arun, for Siddhant.
That is something
so
which...
a quick word from you, Siddhant. Siddhant, we have seen how that cyclical pattern has been broken in multiple states. Look at what happened in Uttarakhand recently, when Pushkar Dhami himself got defeated, but the BJP won the state of Uttarakhand overwhelmingly. It's another state which votes out the incumbent. So the party is fairly confident that they will be able to break those cycle or pattern through which these state elections have been read. What are you picking up from the Aam Aadmi Party and particularly the Congress? What kind of push will they be doing in the state of Himachal in the coming few days?
Well, absolutely, Maria. Very rightly said. BJP's aim is to break this cycle, and in fact, they have again repeated government in the state of Uttarakhand. They have repeated government in the state of Uttar Pradesh. These were the two recent achievements of Bharatiya Janata Party. This time around, Maria, the interesting part of the entire election campaign, not just in Himachal Pradesh but Gujarat, is going to be that the show is going to be run from the national capital, because in both the states there is going to be a triangular fight, and Congress is indeed a major factor in Himachal Pradesh, but not a significant factor in Gujarat anymore. Also, Maria, the way a Twitter war is going on, the way allegations and counter allegations are coming, and the fight is going on between BJP and Aam Aadmi Party. Somewhere Aam Aadmi Party is giving their best to become factor in these elections, and this is perhaps the reason they are attacking BJP, and they also want BJP to attack them, not the Congress Party. This is what
really
I have observed
Siddhant?
in last 1 month.
Yes,
of,
are they actually really a factor on ground? Or is this more of a power play that's happening on the surface? Thank you so much for joining us, Pallavi Gaur, Siddhant, Arun Dhata and Jyoti Kamal. So the dates have been announced for the poll-bound state of Himachal. The big numbers right here. It's on 12th of November that 68 constituencies in Himachal Pradesh will poll, and on 8th of December, that is Super Thursday, is when the counting will take place. And given the nature of gap that you are witnessing, it could very well be that before 8th of December, the entire poll process also for the state of Gujarat will be through, and both these states will have the results on the same day, that is 8th of December. That's all from me. News and updates will continue on the other side.
On wheels, which came to a halt in March 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, was flagged off from the Safdarjung railway station in the national capital. This train will be running under the operation and maintenance model Bharat Gaurav train policy of the Indian Railways. And this award-winning train will leave Delhi every Wednesday on its scheduled time and will go through the cities of Rajasthan. Amid the change of guard in the BCCI top brass, the board president Saurav Ganguly broke his silence today and said that he cannot be an administrator forever. The former India captain is set to be replaced as board president by Roger Binny.
It's iconic when you enter the game in the morning, and after that I've gone back to play many a number of matches, went back as captain, went back as commentator, went back as an administrator. So I can see the history behind that ground, how people come and enjoy it. It's an event. I got this 100 on a Saturday. So a Saturday at Lord's is completely packed. There's not one seat empty because it's a holiday, it's a weekend in England, and people come and watch Test cricket. And England is still a place where Test cricket is alive. It was very much alive during our generation because there was no T20, and then obviously T20 cricket came in, the faster cricket came in, and in many places Test matches have started to take a back seat.
The Indian women's cricket team beat Thailand by 74 runs to enter Women's Asia Cup final. Chasing 149 for a victory, Thailand could only score 74 for 9 in their allotted 20 overs. And skipper Shaiwai and Nathaya also scored 21 each for Thailand, while Deepti Sharma was the pick of the Indian bowlers with figures of 3 for 7.
जब भी हम पाकिस्तान से खेलते हैं और हमेशा वो इंटरेस्टिंग गेम होता है, एंड जस्ट हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि लाइक कौन फाइनल में खेलेगा, बट यस हम लोगों का जो माइंड सेटअप है वो काफ़ी क्लियर है कि हम लोगों को क्या करना है. हम जस्ट उसी चीज़ पे फोकस कर रहे हैं. टीम के लिए अच्छा करते हो और हर चीज़ में आप कंट्रीब्यूट करते हो, वो एक आपको कॉन्फिडेंस देता है. जो मेरी स्ट्रेंथ है मैं हमेशा उस पर बॉल डालती हूँ और वही फोकस करती हूँ कि अपनी स्ट्रेंथ पे ज़्यादातर रहूँ.
Australian cricketer David Warner's lifetime leadership ban could be lifted as the Cricket Australia directors are contemplating rewriting the organisation's code of ethics. Warner was handed a leadership ban following the infamous 2018 ball tampering scandal, but the 35-year-old, who is closing in on 100 T20 internationals and 100 test appearances, has been looked upon as a possible candidate for Australia's vacant ODI captain's position. In a fresh twist in the Congress presidential polls, Shashi Tharoor has alleged that there is a difference in treatment between candidates within the party. Tharoor has claimed that there is a bias and an uneven playing field in the elections within the party, and the election for the Congress top leadership is supposed to happen on October 17, and the results will be declared on the 19th of October.
हम चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, कोई दुश्मनी का कोई स्पिरिट नहीं है हमारे पार्टी में. खड़गे साहब तो मेरे सीनियर नेता है, मैं उनके साथ काम भी किया हूं. जब वो लोकसभा में लीडर थे मैं उनके साथ बहुत नज़दीकी से काम किया. ये तो दो सहयोगी एक साथ पार्टी की मजबूती के लिए किस तरीके के काम करना, इसी के है हमारे चुनाव. मैं चाहता हूं कि हमारी पार्टी में इस किस्म की बदलाव आ जाए ताकि जो वोटर्स हमारे साथ नहीं रहे 2014 में और 2019 में, कि वो वापस आए हमारे पास.
Prime Minister Modi was in poll-bound Himachal.
25 weeks of unparalleled domination. India's indisputable #1. CNN News 18 on your side.
Constituencies over the past month.
भारत की चौथी वंदे भारत ट्रेन को हरी झंडी दिखाने का सौभाग्य मिला. ये भी सोचिए, देश में चौथी वंदे भारत ट्रेन, इतना बड़ा हिंदुस्तान, इतने बड़े बड़े शहर, लेकिन चौथी ट्रेन अगर मिली तो मेरे हिमाचल को मिल गई।
The Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena on has alleged bias by the Election Commission in the allegation of the party symbols and names. The Uddhav Thackeray faction wrote a scathing letter to the Election Commission today and said that the Election Commission of India gave a wide margin to the rival team Shinde to choose a name and symbol of their choice. War of words brewing between the Congress and the BJP after Pradhan Mantri Modi on Monday had said that he would be solving the Kashmir issue by walking in the footsteps of Sardar Patel. In fact, Congress leader Jairam Ramesh accused the BJP of what he termed as whitewashing real history and also said that Prime Minister Modi overlooked facts only to castigate Nehru on Jammu and Kashmir. Meanwhile, Union Minister Kiran Rijiju on Wednesday launched a blistering attack on Congress's Jairam Ramesh over the history of the accession of Kashmir with India and also said that the Congress... A very warm welcome. You're watching the 4 p.m. newscast with me, Akanksha Swaroop on CNN News 18. Now, in a big win for the Muslim side, the Varanasi court has rejected the Hindu side's plea seeking a scientific investigation to determine whether or not the structure inside the Gyanvapi Mosque is a Shivling or a fountain. The Varanasi court said that since the Supreme Court protected the structure found in the Advocate Commissioner's survey, no carbon dating can be carried out. Also, the court noted that ordering the Archaeological Survey of India to conduct carbon dating won't help answer the questions involved in the suit. Let's also listen in to what the advocate of the Hindu side had to say.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने 20 मई के ऑर्डर से ट्रायल कोर्ट को पावर दी थी कि वो सारी एप्लीकेशन डिसाइड करेंगे। दूसरी बात, ये मांग लेके हम सारे महिलाएं याचिकाकर्ता सुप्रीम कोर्ट गए थे और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा था कि आप ट्रायल कोर्ट को अप्रोच करिए। तो ट्रायल कोर्ट आज कह रहा है कि हम नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने सील कर रखा है। तो हम इस मांग को लेके अब दोबारा सुप्रीम कोर्ट के सामने जाएंगे।
एक चीज बताइए, क्या सिर्फ मना किया की बात कर रहे हैं, दूसरी तरफ वादी संख्या 1 जो है वो कह रहा है फिर से रिवीजन फाइल करेगा।
देखिए, वादी संख्या 1 तो इस पूरी मांग के खिलाफ था, तो अब उन्होंने तो यहाँ पे एफिडेविट दिया है कि साइंटिफिक जांच होनी ही नहीं चाहिए। ये 4 महिला याचिकाकर्ता रेखा पाठक, सीता साहू, मंजू व्यास और लक्ष्मी देवी, इन चारों की मांग है कि इसमें साइंटिफिक जांच होनी चाहिए। तो हमारी एप्लीकेशन रिजेक्ट हुई है, इसके अगेंस्ट हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाएंगे।
रिजेक्ट हुई है कि
नहीं, टोटल रिजेक्ट, टोटल प्रार्थना पत्र रिजेक्ट हुआ है। और कोर्ट ने ये कहा, मैं एक बार, जो कोर्ट ने ये कहा कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इस एरिया को सील कर रखा है, संरक्षित कर रखा है, इसलिए हम इसमें कोई भी ऑर्डर नहीं पास कर सकते। तो हम इस मांग को लेकर देखिए, मैं यही बता रहा हूँ आपके सामने, फैक्ट ऑफ द मैटर ये है कि इस मांग को लेके ये जानते थे कि हम ट्रायल कोर्ट ऐसी फाइंडिंग दे सकते हैं, इसलिए हम पहले ही सुप्रीम कोर्ट गए थे और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने हमें ट्रायल कोर्ट के सामने भेजा। अब ट्रायल कोर्ट आज कह रहा है हम नहीं कर सकते, सुप्रीम कोर्ट कर सकता है, तो अब हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट के सामने जाएंगे।
तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट कब जाएंगे?
बहुत जल्दी जाएंगे, तैयारी करके जाएंगे।
1 हफ्ते के अंदर?
अब मैं इस पे कोई समय सीमा नहीं बता सकता, पर हम जाएंगे। मैं आपके सामने, अपनी लीगल टीम के सामने, अपने याचिकाकर्ताओं के सामने ये बयान दे रहा हूँ कि इस ऑर्डर को हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चुनौती देंगे।
1 टन के तहत जो सुनवाई हो रही है,
वो उस पे आज सुनवाई ओवर हो गई, माननीय न्यायालय उस पे आदेश अपना मंडे को सुनाएगा।
ऑर्डर सुरक्षित रख लिया गया?
हाँ, ऑर्डर काफी है, करीब 20 से 22 एप्लीकेंट्स हैं, उन सबको माननीय न्यायालय ने सुना है, उस पे अपना ऑर्डर मंडे को सुनाएगा।
अब यहाँ पर आप किस सुनवाई आगे चलेगी?
अभी इसमें हमारी कुछ एप्लीकेशन है, 82 का जो दीवार तोड़ने की एप्लीकेशन है, और भी दीवार नीचे खोलने की जो वजू एरिया की है, और भी अभी हमारी इंटरोगेटरीज वगैरह आएंगी, बहुत सारी चीजें अभी आगे हैं। उन सारी एप्लीकेशंस को सुनवाई करने के बाद ही इश्यूज की स्टेज पे बढ़ेंगे।
रिव्यू नहीं करेंगे इसको?
नहीं, हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चुनौती देंगे। नहीं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चुनौती
मंडे को आदेश आएगा,
मंडे को।
So the Hindu side all set to march to the Supreme Court, but before that, let's also get in a sense of perspective in terms of what the Varanasi court had to say, and for that I'm joined in by Pranshu Mishra, who's joining us live from Varanasi at the moment. Pranshu, the court has also noted that ordering a carbon dating by the ASI is not going to answer the questions involved in the suit. Why has the court said so?
Yes. Yes, you know, you have mentioned it a very important point. See, it was not just a question of carbon dating of that structure, which the court has clearly said that since the Supreme Court has already ordered for sealing of that entire area, ordering any sort of carbon dating would be actually, you know, interfering with that order. The court also goes on to say that as far as the demand in the original suit is concerned, and the original suit is about the 5 Hindu litigants, you know, seeking a right of daily worship of Ma Shringar Gauri, and therefore the court says that ASI probe is not going to address on that issues, and therefore ASI probe is not required. So I think the court has also tried to remind the parties concerned that original suit is something different, and you know, this demand of having a carbon dating or scientific investigation of that said structure, which the Hindu side says is a Shivling, is not related to deciding the original suit, which of course is the women's right to have access to that spot where they can perform the daily worship of Ma Shringar Gauri. So I think it's an important, you know, 2-page order given by the district judge court. And as we have heard the Hindu side say that, you know, they will move to the Supreme Court with this order. And there is also another issue which was brought before the court, that matter of similar nature is also pending before the Honorable High Court, whereby this issue of whether this matter should be given for an ASI investigation or not is already pending in the higher court. So though the lower court has not mentioned those points in this order, but that was also an issue that has well been considered and debated by the parties inside the court today.
All right, I'm also joined in by Mr. Harishankar Jain, who represents the Hindu side. Let's quickly go across to Mr. Jain. Mr. Jain, बहुत ही बड़ा सेटबैक कहा जा रहा है हिंदू साइड को. अब हमने सुना विष्णु जैन क्या कह रहे थे. वो कह रहे थे कि अब सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाएंगे, पर कोर्ट ने ये कहा है कि कार्बन डेटिंग की जरूरत नहीं है क्योंकि ये जो सूट से रिलेटेड सवाल है वो आंसर नहीं होते हैं. आपको लगता है कि कार्बन डेटिंग से कुछ हेल्प मिलेगी इस पूरे सूट को?
देखिए, ऐसा है, इट इज नो सेटबैक फॉर हिंदू पार्टीज, नॉट एट ऑल. नो क्वेश्चन इज सेटबैक. द क्वेश्चन इज दैट इट हैज टू बी प्रूव्ड दैट आर्टिकल ऑफ फेथ, that is Shivlingam, or it is a Favara, a fountain, what they say. It has to be answered one day or the other. Has to be. Nobody can deny this. इसकी जांच तो होनी है, आज हो या कल हो. तो इसलिए ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि जिससे कोई सेटबैक हो गया.
Mr. Jain, it is also been noted by the court that the original case is about the worship of Shringar Gauri, and that the structure over there in the Wazu Khana has nothing to do with regards to the worship of Shringar Gauri. Do you refute that?
ठीक है, वो कोर्ट अपनी नहीं है, मेरा उससे सहमति नहीं है, और इस आदेश को मैं चुनौती दूंगा ऊपर की कोर्ट में.
जी हरिशंकर जैन जी, आपने कहा आप इस आदेश को चुनौती देंगे. कब तक उम्मीद कर सकते हैं कि ये मामला अब आप सुप्रीम कोर्ट ले जाएंगे?
बहुत जल्दी.
कोई डेट है आपके माइंड में?
नहीं, इतनी जल्दी डेट नहीं. अभी तो आर्डर आएगा, हिंदी में आर्डर है, उसका ट्रांसलेशन होगा, तो बहुत क्विकली करूंगा, बहुत जल्दी करूंगा, विदाउट डिले.
पर कोर्ट ने, वाराणसी कोर्ट ने अगर कहा है कि कार्बन डेटिंग इस पूरे मुद्दे को, जो एक रिलीजियस सोशल मुद्दा है, उसको अगर हेल्प नहीं किया जा सकता, आपको नहीं लग रहा कि इस मामले को सिर्फ बढ़ाया जा रहा है आगे बाय इंक्लूडिंग समथिंग लाइक कार्बन डेटिंग व्हिच हैज बीन नाउ डिसमिस्ड बाय से द वाराणसी कोर्ट?
Carbon dating is also one of the points which has to be taken into consideration. Not carbon dating as such, but the scientific investigation has to be done, and the part of the suit property. I will explain before the appellate court.
Critics are saying that today it is carbon dating, tomorrow it could lead on to something else. There will be demands for the why budge away from the issues that lie at the heart of this entire suit?
This is also part of the suit. I have said that visible and invisible dating. It is all invisible dating that has become visible. So therefore, it is part of the suit property.
The Muslim side argument has also been that the demand for carbon dating has been premature because you have not waited for any decision to have arrived from the court as far as the survey commissioner's report was concerned.
अभी सर मुझे आज तक जाना, बात करेंगे.
अच्छा, हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. That was Harishankar Jain representing the Hindu side. Let's also listen in to some other reactions that have poured in.
Welcome the judgment of the civil court regarding the carbon dating issue of the Shivling. And we all know that on 17th May 2022, the Honorable Supreme Court has ordered that the whole of the Wazukhana must be sealed. So when the whole of the area is sealed on the order of the Supreme Court, how can any activity or carbon dating can be done? So on this ground, we welcome the order of the civil court, and we hope that this mandir and masjid issue should be settled as soon as possible.
आशा ये लगाए बैठे थे कि कोर्ट उसको स्वीकार करेगा और उसके संबंध में कोई आदेश पारित करेगा, लेकिन कोर्ट का हम सम्मान करते हैं. कोर्ट खारिज यदि कर दिया है तो ये लोअर कोर्ट है, आगे चल करके हाई कोर्ट में जाएगा. तो हाई कोर्ट में जो कुछ निर्णय होना है होगा, सुनवाई होगी और सुनवाई होने के बाद में इसका जो निर्णय होगा वह निश्चित है कि वह हिंदू के पक्ष में आएगा.
Let's quickly go back to Pranshu Mishra, who's joining us live from the district court in Varanasi. Pranshu, if we delve deeper into what the court has had to state today, do you not think that it has also in a way honored the argument that was being presented by the Muslim side, which was that the demand for carbon dating is premature, and that that it's also sort of bifurcating or bypassing the survey commissioner's report? I in fact posed this question to Mr. Harishankar Jain, but he excused himself. I'd like a reaction from you on that.
Yes. Yes, that's right. In fact, Muslim arguments have clearly convinced the court. And the primary Muslim argument, as you rightly said, was that, this is actually meandering about the original issue. Their demand or their request to the court was that the court should first take cognizance of the Advocate Commissioner's report. It has already been tabled in the court. The copies have been provided to the party. The Muslim side wants arguments and counter-arguments on that entire report to ascertain the findings of that report, that whether the structure which is being claimed as a Shivling, whether it is actually a Shivling or it is a Wazukhana. And if you see the court order today, it also says that a Kathit Shivling, that means, a disputed structure which the Hindu side calls as a Shivling. So Muslim side's argument regarding the Advocate Commissioner's report, that has been upheld by the court. And the second argument of the Muslim side, that as far as the original suit is concerned, and that is about the right of 5 Hindu women petitioners of daily worship of Shringar Gauri, that suit or disposal of that matter could not be defined by, is not impacted by the demands like ASI probe or scientific survey or carbon dating. And therefore, I'll say that Hindu side may agree or not agree. The fact remains that the court today was probably, convinced more by the arguments of the Muslim side.
Right, but then Pranshu, why is the Hindu side hell-bent on taking the entire matter to the Supreme Court if carbon dating has no role to play with regards to ruling the entire matter, which is, of course, at the heart of the issue, as we all know, is the worship of Shringar Gauri. What has carbon dating got to do with it?
Well, all the parties concerned do have a right to challenge the particular order in the higher court, in the competent court. And I think the Hindu side is clearly not convinced with today's judgment. It does feel that there was a scope of some sort of intervention to come in from the court. The court could have ordered certain degree of investigation in that area, and therefore I think they will draft their own opinion and will go to the higher court. We'll have to see that whether the arguments which they are raising or the objections which they are raising to the district judge's order, whether they are upheld or taken note by the higher court or not. But as a party concerned, they do have all right to approach the higher court against the order of the lower court.
Right, Pranshu, I'm going to request you to continue staying with us because we have several reactions coming in. Let's also play them out for our viewers.
कोर्ट ने स्पष्ट किया कि 16 मई को जो आदेश है उसको सील करने का, वजूखाने में शिवलिंग प्रकट हैं, उनके साथ किसी प्रकार का छेड़छाड़ न हो. इसका अध्ययन करने के बाद हम अगली न्यायालय में देखेंगे कि क्या नीति अपनाई जा सकती है. न्यायाधीश महोदय ने आज हमारे अनुकूल आदेश नहीं किया और और मैं माननीय न्यायाधीश का आदेश एक विश्राम के रूप में देखता हूं। अभी हम विमर्श करेंगे, हमारे वरिष्ठ अधिवक्ता साथी हरिशंकर जैन जी, हम लोग मिलकर विमर्श करने के बाद इस पर अपना अभिमत रखेंगे और फिर देखते हैं कि कैसे इसका सकारात्मक हमारी जो बातें थी उसको किस तरह माननीय न्यायालय के समक्ष रखी जाए।
मैं इतना ही कहूँगा कि सबने सब्र रखना चाहिए और आगे अपने मुकदमे को बढ़ाने के लिए उन्होंने जो जो प्रयत्न करने चाहिए वो प्रयत्न करने चाहिए। देयर आर सो मैनी अल्टरनेटिव्स, पर जो सत्य और सही है वो अल्टीमेटली सरवाइव भी करेगा, विन भी करेगा। दुनिया में कभी रास्ता बंद नहीं होता है। राम जन्मभूमि के बहुत बार रास्ते बंद हुए और खुलते चले गए।
कार्बन डेटिंग शिवलिंग की मांगी गई थी, जिसको कोर्ट ने कहा है कि ऐसे में उचित नहीं होगा। इसी कारण से डिसमिस किया गया है, क्योंकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आदेश से वो जगह सील्ड है और कार्बन डेटिंग या किसी अन्य तरह की जांच करना सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आदेश के बावजूद कोर्ट ने उचित नहीं पाया है, इसलिए ये याचिका खारिज की गई है। अब देखिए, वादी संख्या 2 से 5 के अधिवक्ताओं को देखना है कि वो क्या करते हैं। हालांकि राखी सिंह की तरफ से क्लियर एप्लीकेशन कोर्ट में आने वाले समय फाइल होगी।
All right, so we heard quite a host of reactions coming in from the Hindu side. Let's also get in some information and a sense of perspective from Pranshu Mishra, who continues to stay with us. Pranshu, we heard what Harishankar Jain had to say. We've heard Madan Mohan Yadav also saying that the court has said that the entire area is not to be disturbed because primarily it is sealed. Now that they are going to, if they do, hypothetically speaking, at the moment, if they do take this entire matter to the Supreme Court or the High Court rather, what will be the bone of contention? Will it be sealing? First, to question the fact that sealing has to be done away with only for carbon dating to go ahead?
Well, you know, the Hindu side, of course, is emphasizing on the fact that this entire area was sealed by the Supreme Court, and the District Judge Court has taken note of the fact that that area has been sealed as per the topmost court's order, and therefore no intervention could be done from it. But they are failing to, you know, pinpoint and highlight the second observation made in that order, which clearly says that as far as the issue of settling the original petition is concerned, the court doesn't feel that ASI probe could actually, you know, help out in that matter. The court goes on to say that as far as the claims about the, you know, the so-claimed Shivling is concerned, this issue is not going to, you know, impact upon the original issue. So I think there were clearly two ideas in front of the court today. One, of course, that there is certain limitation as far as this court can pass order because the area has already been sealed by the Supreme Court's order. But the second important consideration and the observation also was that the Honorable District Judge feels that as far as disposing the suit is concerned, there is no necessity for ordering the SI probe or the scientific probe. And I think that is also very important because we have seen a lot of distraction in this case as far as the original issue was concerned. People have stopped talking about the original issue, that is the Ma Shringar goddess worship, and rather, you know, debate has gone on to whether the structure found is a Shivling or not a Shivling. And I think the court today has again reminded the parties concerned, emphasized the fact that the primary issue before the court is to decide upon the original petition, that whether those 5 women Hindu litigants have a right of daily worship of Ma Shringar Gauri or not. It is not their original petition that whether the said structure is a Shivling or not a Shivling.
Absolutely, Pranshu. Stay with us because on the very story we are getting some breaking inputs now, and that is that the Hindu side has decided to approach the Supreme Court. CNN News 18 has been playing out a host of reactions coming in from those lawyers who are representing the Hindu side as far as the entire Gyanvapi case is concerned. And the latest we are now bringing to you is that the Hindu side has decided to approach the Supreme Court. It's back to Pranshu for more details. Pranshu, now that the Hindu side has decided to approach the Supreme Court, as I was also hinting at what we can expect earlier, the fact that the entire area has been sealed, what will be the challenges ahead for the Hindu side?
Yes, the advocate Harishankar Jain, who is the top legal brain as far as drafting the entire strategy of the Hindu side is concerned, has already gone on record with us to say that we'll approach the Supreme Court. Now, it will take some time. They will go through this entire judgment. They will get an official copy of it. They will draft their petition and then move to the Supreme Court. There's also the fact that, since this entire area is already being, this entire case is already being observed by the Supreme Court, monitored by the Supreme Court, and it was only on the Supreme Court's direction that this matter came to the district judge's court. So it is almost sure that, at a certain stage, the issue was bound to be taken back to the Supreme Court's door. And I think now the Hindu side has decided that this is the moment when we need to go back to the Supreme Court. Now, what their argument would be, on what grounds they would be challenging the district judge's court's order, that we will have to wait, because they will have to first draft a legal opinion, and then only, once they file a petition, if this regard, will be able to say what are the specific objections they are raising to the district judge's order.
Like Madan Mohan Yadav, one of the advocates representing the Hindu side, said, "Hum ranneeti sochenge aur phir wapas aayenge." So we'll have to wait and watch what is that ranneeti going to be all about when they do choose to challenge the decision that's been taken at the Varanasi court today. Many thanks to you, Pranshu, for bringing in all those details and for reporting relentlessly on this news story. And with that, it's time to slip into a quick break as news and updates continue on CNN News 18. 100 T20 internationals and 100 test appearances has been looked upon as a possible candidate for Australia's vacant ODI captain's position. In a fresh twist in the Congress presidential polls, Shashi Tharoor has alleged that there is a difference in treatment between candidates within the party. Tharoor has claimed that there is a bias and an uneven playing field in the elections within the party, and the election for the Congress top leadership is supposed to happen on October 17, and the results will be declared on the 19th of October.
हम चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, कोई दुश्मनी का कोई स्पिरिट नहीं है हमारे पार्टी में। खड़गे साहब तो मेरे सीनियर नेता है, मैं उनके साथ काम भी किया हूं। जब वो लोकसभा में लीडर थे, मैं उनके साथ बहुत नज़दीकी से काम किया। ये तो दो सहयोगी एक साथ पार्टी की मजबूती के लिए किस तरीके के काम करना, इसी के है हमारे चुनाव। मैं चाहता हूं कि हमारी पार्टी में इस किस्म की बदलाव आ जाए, ताकि जो वोटर्स हमारे साथ नहीं रहे 2014 में और 2019 में, कि वो वापस आए हमारे पास।
Prime Minister Modi was in poll-bound Himachal Pradesh today, where he flagged off the 4th Vande Bharat Express from Una to New Delhi. Later in the day, Prime Minister also laid the foundation stones of 2 hydropower projects and launched the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana in Una. The state government has announced and inaugurated projects worth more than 4,000 crores in different constituencies over the past month.
भारत की चौथी वंदे भारत ट्रेन को हरी झंडी दिखाने का सौभाग्य मिला। ये भी सोचिए, देश में चौथी वंदे भारत ट्रेन, इतना बड़ा हिंदुस्तान, इतने बड़े बड़े शहर, लेकिन चौथी ट्रेन अगर मिली तो मेरे हिमाचल को मिल गई।
The Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena has alleged the bias by the Election Commission in the allegation of the party symbols and names. The Uddhav Thackeray faction wrote a scathing letter to the Election Commission today and said that the Election Commission of India gave a wide margin to the rival team Shinde to choose a name and symbol of their choice. War of words brewing between the Congress and the BJP after Pradhan Mantri Modi on Monday had said that he would be solving the Kashmir issue by walking in the footsteps of Sardar Patel. In fact, Congress leader Jairam Ramesh accused the BJP of what he termed as whitewashing real history, and also said that Prime Minister Modi overlooked facts only to castigate Nehru on Jammu and Kashmir. Meanwhile, Union Minister Kiran Rijiju on Wednesday launched a blistering attack on Congress's Jairam Ramesh over the history of the accession of Kashmir with India, and also said that the Congress perpetuated a historical lie to protect the dubious role of Jawaharlal Nehru. Rijiju also said that Nehru rejected Hari Singh's accession request and came up with some special case for Kashmir and wanted much more than what he termed mere accession. Mondirita, a class 12 student from Jamshedpur, contributed towards building toilets in rural areas and schools with the money that she'd saved in her piggy bank. Most girls were dropping out of her school due to lack of toilet facilities, after which Mondirita decided to join hands with Prime Minister's Swachh Bharat mission.
तो मैंने क्या किया, उसी पॉकेट मनी को मैंने जमाना शुरू किया और 2014 में मैंने शुरू किया और 2016 में जाके मेरा पिगी बैंक जो है वो कम्प्लीटली फुल हो गया। तो मैंने जब उस पिगी बैंक को फोड़ा तब 24,000 रुपये निकले वहाँ से। तो उन्हीं 24,000 रुपये को हमने इन्वेस्ट किया और केंद्राडी गांव जो टेल्को के हुडको एरिया के जस्ट बगल में है, वहीं से पहले 2 टॉयलेट बना के ये जर्नी जो है वो शुरू हुई।
After incessant rains lashed several regions of Uttar Pradesh, residents were having to deal with a lot of water that flowed in from various rivers and went above the danger mark. The water levels of Rapti river was flowing well above the danger mark in Gorakhpur, and this severely affected the nearby villages. The flood water even entered the homes of many villages, forcing them to evacuate. The Royal Luxury liner and the train Palace on Wheels, which came to a halt in March 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, was flagged off from the Safdarjung railway station in the national capital. This train will be running under the operation and maintenance model Bharat Gaurav train policy of the Indian Railways. And this award-winning train will leave Delhi every Wednesday on its scheduled time and will go through the cities of Rajasthan. Amid the change of guard in the BCCI top brass, the board president Saurav Ganguly broke his silence today and said that he cannot be an administrator forever. The former India captain is set to be replaced as board president by Roger Binny.
It's iconic when you enter the game in the morning, and after that I've gone back to play many a number of matches. Went back as captain, went back as commentator, went back as an administrator. So I can see the history behind that ground. How people come and enjoy it. It's an event. I got this 100 on a Saturday. So a Saturday at Lord's is completely packed. There's not one seat empty because it's a holiday, it's a weekend in England, and people come and watch Test cricket. And England is still a place where Test cricket is alive. It was very much alive during our
Welcome back. We're getting in some breaking inputs. So as far as the election dates for the state of Gujarat are concerned, remember the Election Commission just a while ago announced the dates for Himachal Pradesh, but now CNN News 18 is learning that the announcement of Gujarat Assembly election dates should take place by the end of October. The counting of votes for the Gujarat Assembly elections is also likely to take place on December 8th. Along with the Himachal Pradesh Assembly elections. Remember, it will be on 8th of December that Himachal will also know about its election verdict. But Gujarat Assembly elections will be held in 2 phases. This is the breaking news that we are bringing to you, that Gujarat Assembly elections will also be announced as far as the dates are concerned in the month of October. For more details, let's quickly go across to Neeraj Kumar on the phone line. Neeraj, first of all, many will be asking why wasn't this announced today as the EC was announcing the election dates for Himachal Pradesh?
आकांक्षा, देखिए, आज न अनाउंस करने की वजह चुनाव आयोग की तरफ से ये बताई गई। मुख्य चुनाव आयुक्त राजीव कुमार ने बताया कि क्योंकि मॉडल कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट को वो कम करना चाहते हैं किसी भी राज्य के संदर्भ में उसकी तिथि को, क्योंकि चुनाव की घोषणा के साथ ही चुनाव आचार संहिता लागू हो जाती है। इसलिए उन्होंने उदाहरण दिया कि मॉडल कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट को कम करना चाहते हैं, इसलिए तिथि की घोषणा बाद में होगी। हालांकि ये नहीं बताया कि गुजरात विधानसभा चुनाव की घोषणा कब होगी। हिमाचल के संदर्भ में उन्होंने ये भी साफ किया कि वहाँ फैक्टर मौसम का है, लेकिन पिछली बार भी अलग चुनाव की घोषणा हुई थी। लेकिन जो अब हमें जानकारी मिली है उसके मुताबिक, सूत्रों ने जो जानकारी दी है उसके मुताबिक गुजरात विधानसभा चुनाव की घोषणा 25 अक्टूबर या उसके बाद महीने के अंत तक, यानी अक्टूबर महीने के अंत तक कभी भी कर दी जाएगी। 2 चरणों में गुजरात विधानसभा का चुनाव होगा। 8 दिसंबर को गुजरात विधानसभा के नतीजे आएंगे हिमाचल के साथ ही, क्योंकि बार बार ये सवाल उठा, मैंने भी खुद मुख्य चुनाव आयुक्त से प्रेस वार्ता के दौरान सवाल पूछा कि 6 महीने के अंदर जो भी चुनाव होते हैं उनमें चुनाव कराने का, एक साथ घोषणा करने का चुनाव आयोग को अधिकार होता है, लेकिन अलग अलग क्यों? क्योंकि पिछली बार आपको याद होगा यूपी के केस में देखा होगा, यूपी के साथ कई राज्यों के विधानसभा चुनाव हुए थे, एक साथ घोषणा हुई थी। चुनाव आयोग का तर्क था कि वो मॉडल कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट को कम करना चाहते हैं। हिमाचल प्रदेश में मौसम का फैक्टर है, गुजरात की घोषणा जब करेंगे तब वो बताएंगे कि मतगणना कब होगी, लेकिन सूत्रों ने हमें जानकारी दी है कि मतगणना 8 दिसंबर को ही होगी और 2 चरणों में मतदान होगा और महीने के अंत तक चुनाव की घोषणा गुजरात में भी कर दी जाएगी।
जी नीरज जी, हमसे बात करने के लिए और ये जानकारी देने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। फॉर मोर डिटेल्स लेट्स क्विकली गो अक्रॉस टू Arunima, who's stationed outside the Election Commission office as well. Arunima, if one was to go by this exclusive piece of information that has been accessed by CNN News 18, that the Gujarat Assembly election, the verdict will be out on December 8th, the same day as Himachal Pradesh Assembly elections results. Will it be safe to say that should we expect the voting to take place in the month of November as far as Gujarat is concerned?
Well, if you have to declare the results on the same day in Himachal, and if it is not a single phase election, then yes, that's a safe guess to make. Also, since the Chief Election Commissioner time and again, repeatedly he underlined that we are following convention. So if you see the last time around how the Gujarat and Himachal elections were announced, that also gives you some sense that perhaps counting will happen at the same time on the same date, and the elections could be announced for Gujarat anytime in the next couple of days, in the next 10 days or so. But when we asked that question to the CEC as to why not announce it today itself, like Neeraj was explaining to my question, he said, there is a 40-day gap that we're looking at as far as the tenure of the two assemblies are concerned, and that weather factor is something that we have to keep in mind. Snowfall would make it even more difficult for Himachalis in the higher states, in the higher reaches, to come out and cast their vote. So we didn't want to put them on hold while we waited for Gujarat to meet that cutoff date as far as their assembly tenure is concerned.
Absolutely. Stay with us, Arunima, as I take my next question from Rupashi. Rupashi, this also goes on to say that we should now expect the political temperatures to be rising in the state of Gujarat. To be honest, they already are rising if we were to take into consideration the ongoing spat between the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Aam Aadmi Party.
Well, yes, temperatures are definitely bound to rise in Gujarat, and remember this 1 month period that perhaps the Election Commission has given actually suits the Aam Aadmi Party, because remember it is a new party that is seeking to break fresh ground in Gujarat. However, if you talk about Himachal Pradesh, it is a very different story for the Aam Aadmi Party over there. Initially, even though Himachal Pradesh is bordering Punjab, where Aam Party did phenomenally well, the party's campaign has not really taken off in Himachal Pradesh following the arrest of its Minister Satinder Jain. Remember, he has been in jail for more than 4 months, and there is nobody, in a sense, nobody has been able to replace him. And the person who was supposed to replace him, actually, he is now, giving his all in Gujarat. If you look at the campaign also of the Aam Aadmi Party, if you look at Arvind Kejriwal's presence in Himachal, the last time that he actually went to Himachal Pradesh was on June 25th. And following that, actually, there was only one rally that Bhagwant Mann and Arvind Kejriwal attended, which was via online, because of bad weather. They could not make it to Solan, where the rally was scheduled. So clearly the focus of Aam Aadmi Party chief and the Aam Aadmi Party cadre is definitely in election-bound Gujarat, more than it is there in Himachal. Himachal Pradesh has been more of the responsibility of Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia and Bhagwant Mann. But talk to anybody within the Aam Aadmi Party and they will say that Arvind Kejriwal as a chief campaigner has a different sort of a pull on the people in Himachal than any other leader within the party. So Aam Aadmi Party Himachal really hasn't had the kind of attention from AAP convener Arvind Kejriwal, and that is also one of the reasons why Arvind Kejriwal actually is focusing more in Gujarat, because Aam Aadmi Party feels that the response that it is getting from the people of Gujarat has been much more than the response it has got in Himachal.
Right. It's interesting you mentioned how the Aam Aadmi Party is not banking on the state of Himachal Pradesh. In fact, it is banking on Gujarat. Having said that, let me bring in Pallavi as far as the Himachal Pradesh Assembly elections are concerned. Pallavi, the date given by the EC as far as filing of the nominations is concerned, they're saying that it is going to be October 17th. Having said that,
we've only seen BJP kick into action with its top guns. We've seen senior members of the BJP like Smriti Irani, even the Raksha Mantri, go and take a tour of the state. As we all know that JP Nadda also belongs to Himachal Pradesh, but nothing much happening as far as the Congress representation in the state of Himachal Pradesh is concerned. Do you not think this could just work against the Congress party?
Well, not on a day like today, because today, incidentally, the Congress party has begun its campaign in Himachal Pradesh, and they certainly think it's big bang beginning, because Priyanka Gandhi Vadra was very much in Solan. She started her campaign from there, and the reason why Solan was very chosen was, apart from becoming the hub of the farmers' community, that's a mushroom city, it's also called the tomato district. It's one particular area where the Congress party has been able to dodge the infighting and release the ticket seekers for all these states. When we talk about Himachal Pradesh, it's always been a bipolar fight. That's between the BJP and the Congress. And unlike as in Gujarat, at least in Himachal Pradesh, the Congress has a semblance of a little stronger organization, which is where it becomes little tricky territory, I would say, for the Aam Aadmi Party. Though, to be fair to AAP, they were actually the first party which declared their tickets also from the Solan district. It's an anti-incumbency for the BJP. There is a certain amount of, I would say, restlessness against the sitting chief minister, which is Jairam Thakur. There was a speculation that will he be replaced by the BJP? That certainly hasn't happened. What Congress is banking on is that anti-incumbency, a cyclical pattern of results in the state like Punjab and in Himachal also. But more importantly, the legacy of Veerbhadra Singh. He's been a stalwart leader. It was Dhumal versus Veerbhadra. And the fact that the Congress cannot look beyond him is borne out testimony by the fact is that two things. One, his wife Pratibha Singh has been made the state president. And the second, of course, is that you go through Himachal Pradesh, you see posters of the Congress party where Veerbhadra Singh occupies a dominant position. So it's going to be the legacy battle, trying to evoke that Rajput legacy of Himachal Pradesh, and also point out that under the BJP government over there, there has been not much of development. There has been a problem of joblessness and also of, rising prices. Will that click in favor of a state like the Congress party? Because what happens is if they manage to win in Himachal Pradesh, then the Congress is going to be a little bit more gung-ho about Haryana. Punjab, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh are actually considered to be a kind of a triangular setup.
All right, analysts are also pointing out the advantages that rest with the BJP. It would be interesting to go through those advantages because we also know that Himachal Pradesh happens to be one state which has a strong RSS base, as well as it's also the home state of JP Nadda. Having said that, let's also not forget the entire host of all those developmental projects and those modernization projects that have been launched by the likes of Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
And also the most important of them all, I mean, when he was a part of the organization set up at the center in Delhi, the Prime Minister was actually in charge of Himachal Pradesh. So he doesn't depend on the local leaders to understand the districts. He knows every booth, he knows every district. That really matters when you travel to any state for that matter. In the context of Himachal Pradesh, district by district, booth by booth, he's aware of the party workers, he's aware of the special needs of each particular district. I mean, you travel to Himachal, the Kangra area, the Chamba area, the Shimla area, all of them have their own special needs. There's a little bit of culture of Punjab over there, Himachali culture, Kangra culture, and all of that influence is very much over there. And the Prime Minister understands that. And the second point, I think we were talking about this earlier in the day, the whole tag of Dev Bhumi, Himachal Pradesh has a very strong religious tone to it. That's where the Hindutva agenda of the RSS plus the BJP often clicks in their favor. And if the Prime Minister, for example, goes to Kedarnath and Badrinath just before Diwali, all of them is like to have a very emotive impact on the voters as far as Himachal Pradesh goes.
Right. Let me also quickly go across to Arunima for more. Arunima, if you could take us through what was decided at the crucial meet that took place as far as the Election Commission goes.
So the Election Commission gave us the details about the kind of, preparations that have been done ahead of polls in Himachal Pradesh. But the entire focus of the press there was to get that answer as to why only Himachal, why not Himachal and Gujarat. And it was repeatedly pointed out that, last time around, you could have said that there were natural calamities that Gujarat was facing, so that could have been utilized as a reason to split the elections between Himachal and Gujarat. But this time, what is the reason? So Election Commission also was at pains to explain as to why that decision was taken. Like I told you earlier also, CC said that we want to follow convention, and since the convention was set last time of allowing the two states independent polls, independent of each other, but enough indications here that even though Gujarat and Himachal elections are not clubbed together, the counting could be on the same day.
Right, and was it also to reduce the burden of the model code of conduct, which now kicks in, as was being pointed out by Neeraj earlier?
That's a mention that was made. That, once the model code of conduct comes in, there are a lot of restrictions. But one of the high points from that press conference was actually the question on freebies. Maybe not so much Himachal Pradesh, but in Gujarat, the issue of political parties announcing in their manifestos what BJP is calling freebies. That has become a big political issue, to which the CEC said that, we are completely against inducement. And as far as manifesto promised issues are concerned, for example, free electricity or other such avails, what he said was that our consultation is on. By 19th, we are expecting the political parties to get back to us. So will this have any impact as and when elections in Gujarat are announced? That's also something that we have to wait and watch.
That's a very interesting point that you've made, because remember, the Aam Aadmi Party has been promising free electricity to the people of Gujarat. And as you mentioned, that we'll have to wait and watch what the decision is like on the 19th of October. We'll have to see what the Election Commission has to say. Many thanks to you, Arunima, Rupashri and Pallavi, for bringing in all those pieces of information. In the meantime, let's also listen in to what Priyanka Gandhi has to say. As Pallavi was pointing out earlier, the Congress has begun its campaigning in the state of Himachal Pradesh. Let's listen in to Priyanka Gandhi's reaction.
आज यहाँ पे खड़े होते हुए मैं आपसे कहना चाहती हूँ कि जब कांग्रेस की सरकार हिमाचल प्रदेश में बनेगी तो दो निर्णय एकदम पहली मंत्रिमंडल की बैठक पे होंगे। सबसे पहला, 1 लाख जो सरकारी नौकरियां हैं, जो पद हैं, वो भरे जाएंगे और वो नौकरियां मिलेंगी आपको। दूसरी चीज कि ये जो ओपीएस है, पुराना पेंशन, वो भी उसी मंत्रिमंडल के बैठक में तय किया जाएगा और आपके सामने लाएंगे, वो आपको वापस मिलेगा।
It is election time for the states of Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh, as we were telling you earlier, and so the political war of words between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP over Gopal Italia has also intensified. The BJP has now accused the Aam Aadmi Party Gujarat chief Gopal Italia of abusing Prime Minister Modi's mother, Hiraben. Earlier, the BJP had slammed the Aam Aadmi Party for constantly supporting Italia instead of sacking him. The Aam Aadmi Party, on the other hand, has protested at the NCW office yesterday, where Italia was asked to appear. The Aam Aadmi Party also alleged that the BJP is creating a ruckus in Gujarat because it is frightened by Aam Aadmi Party's growing popularity in the state, especially when elections are right round the corner. Meanwhile, Smriti Irani also blazed guns at Italia, saying Aam Aadmi Party leaders insult a 100-year-old woman because she gave birth to a man who took the responsibility of being the Pradhan Sevak for the nation.
आप आज जब पुलिस स्टेशन गए तो वहाँ पे क्या-क्या पूछताछ हुई आपको?
वो मैंने जैसे पीसी में बताया कि ज़्यादा कोई कानूनी पूछताछ नहीं हुई, लेकिन मुझे ये समझाया गया कि भाई ये सारी चीज़ों में मत पड़ो, बीजेपी से पंगा मत लो, ये छोड़ दो सब। ने बोला सर वो मेरा काम है, लड़ाई लड़ना, मैं लड़ता रहूँ।
आपको क्यों लगता है कि बीजेपी एंटी पाटीदार होगा? उनका सीएम बीजेपी प्रेसिडेंट तो पाटीदार कम्युनिटी से है।
बीजेपी एंटी पाटीदार इसलिए है कि 2017 में पाटीदारों ने बीजेपी के खिलाफ आंदोलन किया तो गोलियां चलवाई, 14 हमारे युवाओं को मार दिया, हजारों युवाओं के ऊपर मुकदमे किए गए, जेल में भर दिया गया। फिर जो भी कुछ बचे कुचे रह गए वो जब आगे निकल गए तो इनसे ये लोग चिढ़ते हैं। इसलिए कहा जा रहा है। ये मेरे से चिढ़ते, पाटीदारों से चिढ़ते, इसलिए कहीं ना कहीं ये कोशिश हो रही है कि पाटीदारों को दबाया जाए, धमकाया जाए, और इस कोशिश के अनुसंधान में आज मुझे यहाँ बुलाया गया।
आपके बहुत सारे पुराने वीडियोस ट्वीट हो रहे हैं बीजेपी के हैंडल से। आज अमित मालवीय ने भी एक वीडियो ट्वीट करा है जहाँ पे आपने अच्छे लैंग्वेज नहीं यूज करे पीएम के और उनके माँ के लिए।
10 साल पहले कौन क्या बोला क्या नहीं बोला, इसे क्या आज के प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी पिछले प्रधानमंत्री को गालियां देने में क्या बाकी रखा है। तो अमित मालवीय जी वो भी वीडियो ट्वीट कर दे। अब बात ये नहीं है ना कौन क्या बोला क्या नहीं बोला, बात ये है कि चुनाव है, पाटीदार समाज बीजेपी से नाराज है और ये लोग पाटीदारों से बदला लेने के लिए ये सब कर रहे हैं।
In an attempt to attract political attention, Aam Aadmi Party has given many a political statements that has hurt sentiments of Gujarat and Gujaratis. People of Gujarat have now decided to stand in your judgment. If you think abusing the Prime Minister's mother will help you gain political popularity in Gujarat, you are mistaken. And for that mistake, it is Gujarat and Gujaratis that will make you pay a political price in the forthcoming elections.
पूरे देश में 365 दिन भाजपाई पूरे देश का अपमान कर रहे हैं, जिसकी मर्जी उसकी कर लेते हैं, कोई वीडियो जारी नहीं होता है। डर बात वीडियो का नहीं है, प्रश्न ये है कि मोदी जी ने भी सरेंडर कर दिया। अब गोपाल इटालिया का वीडियो के आधार पर अगर चुनाव लड़ने की नौबत आई है।
All right, for more perspective on this news story, I'm joined in by our correspondent Rupashri Nanda, who's joining us live. Rupashri, let's talk about the last 24 hours. We've seen a lot of developments ever since Italia was detained by the Delhi police. Having said that, it's important to talk about how the Aam Aadmi Party has skillfully manipulated the entire narrative. First, it was the BJP accusing the Aam Aadmi Party for supporting someone like Italia, who is a serial offender as far as use of abusive language is concerned. And now we see the Patidar community agitating, and in fact Italia saying that the entire agitation is only a reflection of the BJP's hatred towards the Patidar community.
Well, like I've been pointing out, the Aam Aadmi Party yesterday actually tried to convert the crisis into a political opportunity, because yesterday there was a real threat of Italia being really arrested following the complaint by NCW. And had he been actually arrested, then Aam Aadmi Party would have had a huge problem on its hands, because Italia is one of the prominent faces of the Aam Aadmi Party in Gujarat, and he is a prominent Patidar leader of the Aam Aadmi Party in Gujarat. He's also been there with the party for quite some time, and has also played a very important role in almost good performance of the Aam Aadmi Party in the Surat municipal elections, and therefore it would have been difficult for the Aam Aadmi Party to take any action against Gopal Italia, and therefore Aam Aadmi Party tried to turn this crisis into a political opportunity and tried to spin it by saying that BJP is anti-Patidar. Why? Because Gopal Italia is a Patidar himself. That is how the Aam Aadmi Party has tried to portray it, and it is not just in Delhi. They did that right after the first video of Gopal Italia surfaced. They have taken this campaign to town in Gujarat. Obviously, the calculations of the Aam Aadmi Party is that it is probably not going to backfire, but that remains to be seen. And it all depends upon how successful BJP in communicating this sort of intolerance for bad language when it comes to the Prime Minister, and even more importantly about his mother, who is more than 100 years old. If the BJP is successful in communicating that sort of distaste amongst people, then you may see some reaction. But as of now, the Aam Aadmi Party does not seem to be at all rattled by what Gopalia has said and done. Aam Aadmi Party leaders tell us that when he made those statements, it was many years back. It was during the throes of the Patidar agitation.
I'm sorry, I'm running short of time. We'll have to leave it at that. And with that, it's time to slip into a quick break, as we'll be back with more news and updates. Stay with us at CNN News 18.
you enter the game in the morning, and after that I've gone back to play many a number of matches, went back as captain, went back as commentator, went back as an administrator. So I can see the history behind that ground, how people come and enjoy it. It's an event. I got this 100 on a Saturday. So a Saturday at Lord's is completely packed. There's not one seat empty because it's a holiday, it's a weekend in England, and people come and watch Test cricket. And England is still a place where Test cricket is alive. It was very much alive during our generation because there was no T20, and then obviously T20 cricket came in, the faster cricket came in, and in many places Test matches have started to take a back seat.
The Indian women's cricket team beat Thailand by 74 runs to enter Women's Asia Cup final. Chasing 149 for a victory, Thailand could only score 74 for 9 in their allotted 20 overs. And skipper Shaiwai and Nathaya also scored 21 each for Thailand, while Deepti Sharma was the pick of the Indian bowlers with figures of 3 for 7.
जब भी हम पाकिस्तान से खेलते हैं और हमेशा वो इंटरेस्टिंग गेम होता है एंड जस्ट हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि लाइक कौन फाइनल में खेलेगा बट यस हम लोगों का जो माइंड सेटअप है वो काफ़ी क्लियर है कि हम लोगों को क्या करना है हम जस्ट उसी चीज़ पे फोकस कर रहे हैं टीम के लिए अच्छा करते हो और हर चीज़ में आप कंट्रीब्यूट करते हो वो एक आपको कॉन्फिडेंस देता है जो मेरी स्ट्रेंथ है मैं हमेशा उस पर बॉल डालती हूँ और वही फोकस करती हूँ कि अपनी स्ट्रेंथ पे ज़्यादातर रहूँ.
Australian cricketer David Warner's lifetime leadership ban could be lifted as the Cricket Australia directors are contemplating rewriting the organisation's code of ethics. Warner was handed a leadership ban following the infamous 2018 ball tampering scandal, but the 35-year-old, who is closing in on 100 T20 internationals and 100 test appearances, has been looked upon as a possible candidate for Australia's vacant ODI captain's position. In a fresh twist in the Congress presidential poll, Shashi Tharoor has alleged that there is a difference in treatment between candidates within the party. Tharoor has claimed that there is a bias and an uneven playing field in the elections within the party, and the election for the Congress top leadership is supposed to happen on October 17, and the results will be declared on the 19th of October.
हम चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, कोई दुश्मनी का कोई स्पिरिट नहीं है हमारे पार्टी में. खड़गे साहब तो मेरे सीनियर नेता है, मैं उनके साथ काम भी किया हूं. जब वो लोकसभा में लीडर थे मैं उनके साथ बहुत नज़दीकी से काम किया. ये तो दो सहयोगी एक साथ पार्टी की मजबूती के लिए किस तरीके के काम करना, इसी के है हमारे चुनाव. मैं चाहता हूं कि हमारी पार्टी में इस किस्म की बदलाव आ जाए ताकि जो वोटर्स हमारे साथ नहीं रहे 2014 में और 2019 में कि वो वापस आए हमारे पास.
Prime Minister Modi was in poll-bound Himachal Pradesh today, where he flagged off the 4th Vande Bharat Express from Una to New Delhi. Later in the day, Prime Minister also laid the foundation stones of 2 hydropower projects and launched the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana in Una. The state government has announced and inaugurated projects worth more than 4,000 crores in different constituencies over the past month.
भारत की चौथी वंदे भारत ट्रेन को हरी झंडी दिखाने का सौभाग्य मिला. ये भी सोचिए, देश में चौथी वंदे भारत ट्रेन, इतना बड़ा हिंदुस्तान, इतने बड़े बड़े शहर, लेकिन चौथी ट्रेन अगर मिली तो मेरे हिमाचल को मिल गई.
The Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena on has alleged bias by the Election Commission in the allegation of the party symbols and names. The Uddhav Thackeray faction wrote a scathing letter to the Election Commission today and said that the Election Commission of India gave a wide margin to the rival team Shinde to choose a name and symbol of their choice. War of words brewing between the Congress and the BJP after Pradhan Mantri Modi on Monday had said that he would be solving the Kashmir issue by walking in the footsteps of Sardar Patel. In fact, Congress leader Jairam Ramesh accused the BJP of what he termed as whitewashing real history and also said that Prime Minister Modi overlooked facts only to castigate Nehru on Jammu and Kashmir. Meanwhile, Union Minister Kiran Rijiju on Wednesday launched a blistering attack on Congress's Jairam Ramesh over the history of the accession of Kashmir with India, and also said that the Congress perpetuated a historical lie to protect the dubious role of Jawaharlal Nehru. Rijiju also said that Nehru rejected Hari Singh's accession request and came up with some special case for Kashmir and wanted much more than what he termed mere accession. Mondirita, a class 12 student from Jamshedpur, contributed towards building toilets in rural areas and schools with the money that she'd saved in her piggy bank. Most girls were dropping out of her school due to lack of toilet facilities, after which Mondirita decided to join hands with Prime Minister Swachh Bharat mission.
तो मैंने क्या किया, उसी पॉकेट मनी को मैंने जमाना शुरू किया और 2014 में मैंने शुरू किया और 2016 में जाके मेरा पिगी बैंक जो है वो कम्प्लीटली फुल हो गया। तो मैंने जब उस पिगी बैंक को फोड़ा तब 24,000 रुपये निकले वहाँ से। तो उन्हीं 24,000 रुपयों को हमने इन्वेस्ट किया और केंद्राडी गांव जो टेल्को के हुडको एरिया के जस्ट बगल में है, वहीं से पहले 2 टॉयलेट बना के ये जर्नी जो है वो शुरू हुई।
After incessant rains lashed several regions of Uttar Pradesh, residents were having to deal with a lot of water that flowed in from various rivers and went above the danger mark. The water levels of Rapti river was flowing well above the danger mark in Gorakhpur, and this severely affected the nearby villages. The flood water even entered the homes of many villages, forcing them to evacuate. The Royal Luxury liner and the train Palace on Wheels, which came to a halt in March 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, was flagged off from the Safdarjung railway station in the national capital. This train will be running under the operation and maintenance model Bharat Gaurav train policy of the Indian Railways. And this award-winning train will leave Delhi every Wednesday on its scheduled time and will go through the cities of Rajasthan. Amid the change of guard in the BCCI top brass, the board president Saurav Ganguly broke his silence today and said that he cannot be an administrator forever. The former India captain is set to be replaced as board president by Roger Binny.
It's iconic when you
Welcome back. Now, in a fresh twist to the Congress presidential polls, Shashi Tharoor has alleged that there is a difference in treatment between candidates within the party. Tharoor has claimed that there is a bias and an uneven playing field in the elections. Tharoor and his campaign managers are upset that the party is focusing on Kharge while neglecting him. In fact, Tharoor has said that the preferential treatment was apparent and that it goes against what Sonia Gandhi had earlier said about nobody being a favourite. Meanwhile, Mallikarjun Kharge is all set to begin his campaign, has in fact begun the campaign in Chennai today. Remember, voting is slated for 17th and the Grand Old Party's next president will be announced on 19th of October.
चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, कोई दुश्मनी का कोई स्पिरिट नहीं है हमारे पार्टी में। खड़गे साहब तो मेरे सीनियर नेता है, मैं उनके साथ काम भी किया हूं। जब वो लोकसभा में लीडर थे, मैं उनके साथ बहुत नज़दीकी से काम किया। ये तो दो सहयोगी एक साथ पार्टी की मजबूती के लिए किस तरीके के काम करना, इसी के है हमारे चुनाव। मैं चाहता हूं कि हमारी पार्टी में इस किस्म की बदलाव आ जाए ताकि जो वोटर्स हमारे साथ नहीं रहे 2014 में और 2019 में, कि वो वापस आए हमारे पास।
हम दोनों भाई भाई हैं, एक ही पार्टी में रहते हैं। कोई अपनी बात अलग ढंग से कर सकता है, मैं अपने विचार अलग ढंग से रख सकता हूँ, तो उसमें कोई हमारे में उनमें कोई भेद नहीं है। तो वो भी हमारे घर के, हमारे फैमिली मेंबर्स हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी के। अपने शाह से भाई शिकायत हम दोनों मिलके उनसे करना चाहिए, चाहे इन्फ्लेशन पे हो, चाहे अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट पे हो।
And with that, let's now shift our attention over to the state of Uttar Pradesh. There's been a crackdown underway on unrecognized madrasas in the state of Uttar Pradesh. The state's madrasa survey has indicated gross misconduct in the management of several madrasas located in Prayagraj and Muradabad. The madrasas under scanner have reportedly failed to provide satisfactory information of their sources of funding and affiliations. Remember, the survey had 11 points in it, and the two most important among them were about disclosing the source of funding and affiliations. Beyond this, 800 madrasas in 20 districts across the state have been deemed unrecognized, and the survey will continue until the 20th of this month. All right, Shashi Tharoor of the Congress Party is currently addressing a press conference. Let's listen in to what Shashi Tharoor has to say.
तो साहब से हम सीधा रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे कि सम्मानित सभी प्रेस प्रतिनिधियों से साहब बात कर लें, उसके बाद आगे का कार्यक्रम किया जाए। तो माननीय परम आदरणीय डॉक्टर सतीश आप लोगों से विचार विमर्श करें।
धन्यवाद, नमस्कार और नमस्कार माध्यमों को। मैं बहुत खुश हूँ ये बिहार की पवित्र भूमि में पहुंच सका, राजेंद्र बाबू का जगह, और जिस प्रदेश में इतने सारे महत्वपूर्ण चीज़ हमारे इतिहास में हुए हैं, और इस ऐतिहासिक सदाकत आश्रम में आप लोगों को मिलना मुझे अच्छा लगा। मैं हमारे जो डेलीगेट्स आए हैं उनसे मिलने जा रहा हूँ। आपको पता है चुनाव चल रहे कांग्रेस पार्टी के भीतर। 17 सोमवार को हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं पीसीसी डेलीगेट्स जो कहा जाता है उनको मत देने का, मतदान करने का मौका मिलेगा। और मैं हूं यहाँ मेरे जो घोषणा पत्र के बारे में लोगों को समझाने के लिए और उनके समर्थन मांगने के लिए। मैं माफ कीजिए, तो मैं ज्यादा भाषण नहीं देना चाहता हूं क्योंकि डेलीगेट से अब तक नहीं मिले, लेकिन मैं आपसे पूछूंगा अगर आपके मन में कोई प्रश्न है मैं जवाब देने के लिए तैयार हूं। सिर्फ 2-3 छोटी चीजें बताऊं, उसके बाद एक चीज है 2-3 छोटी चीजें बताऊं। एक है कि ये चुनाव कांग्रेस को मजबूत करने के लिए वाले चुनाव है, क्योंकि हम चाहते हैं कि हम एक उदाहरण दे दें भारतीय लोकतंत्र के लिए, और दूसरे जो पार्टी से
Namaste, you're on the Nation at 5. I'm Anand Narasimhan and we're coming to you live from the newsroom here at CNN News 18. We start with big developments coming through, ladies and gentlemen, which will have immediate ramifications on India too. And there are many levels and layers upon which this can be interpreted and looked at. But the big news is that Pakistan seems to be all ready to emerge out of the FATF grey listing. That's the big development that's coming through right now. Our investigations editor Manoj Gupta getting us these details that Pakistan is all set to exit the grey list where it has been languishing over the last 3 to 4 years. But it has served as serious impediment to its ability to try and raise funds, and it has also crippled the entire terror mechanism that's been operating out of the Pakistan atmosphere or ecosystem. But more importantly, it has had a severe dent. It has placed a severe dent on the machinations of the Pakistani establishment to bleed India with 1,000 cuts. So this will have immediate ramifications for Pakistan and also for India. What we have given to understand is that Pakistan has got the green signal for the FATF whitelist. Pakistan reportedly has complied with 40 FATF recommendations. There is an FATF meeting in Paris between the 18th to the 21st of October, and the MOS Foreign Affairs, Hina Rabbani Khar, will be attending that meeting, and Pakistan is likely to satisfy 11 critical conditions that have been set by the FATF. I have Sushant Sarinji joining us, Senior Fellow ORF and Strategic Affairs Expert. Sushantji, this is moving on expected lines, but there is also a hidden hand that is dealing these cards.
Yeah, Anand, in fact, there was a lot of speculation that Pakistan could come out of it. in part because, they have successfully fooled the international community, and partly because they've been playing victim, that, they are reeling under floods and what have you, and that, large costs have been imposed on them. But purely on objective criteria, while the Pakistanis might have taken some legal action, some, might have changed, at least on paper, the processes and procedures to prevent terror finance, to prevent money laundering. The fact of the matter remains that as far as the actual, financing of terrorism is concerned, it happens under the watchful eyes of the ISI. And there are banks like the Habib Bank and others. Habib Bank, incidentally, has been indicted in the US for terror finance. Habib Bank was also the bank. Do you remember there was a time when India was planning to open up some kind of banking? The Pakistanis had nominated the Habib Bank. Now, add 2 and 2, and you can figure out why Habib Bank, because it's a bank which is notorious for its dealings with terrorists. And that is why it was being nominated out here. It was going to be the Pakistani bank in India. Thankfully, that didn't happen. But if you look at, the Pakistani approach, this is yet another eyewash action. Anand, these guys, they've tried to satisfy the West by imprisoning Hafiz Saeed, although I don't think he's in prison really. Because there are photographs of him in public rallies, although technically he's supposed to be in prison. Then they've said they don't know the whereabouts of Masood Azhar. They've tried to throw the Taliban under the bus by saying Masood Azhar has gone to Afghanistan. So they don't want to shuck up on Masood Azhar. They have arrested Sajid Mir, and this after proclaiming him dead and saying that he had been buried. So I think the West is either woke or so gullible or so stupid that it seems to have been taken in by the Pakistani, actions. Even though, Anand, let me tell you, the Asia Pacific Group report on Pakistan says that out of the 11 immediate outcomes, Pakistan has delivered only on 1. On 10 of those immediate outcomes, Pakistan's performance has not been satisfactory. And yet, if you are going to be taking them out of the FATF grey list and putting them back in the white list, then all I can say is that it's a travesty of the entire FATF process, which otherwise operates on very objective criteria, and actually had kept Pakistan, because Pakistan had tried to do this eyewash action earlier. And when the FATF, inspectors had gone to Pakistan and started questioning the Pakistani authorities, they had found out that, this was nothing but a complete game of deception. Apparently, this time they seem to have given in to Pakistan and all the kind of breastbeating that the Pakistanis were doing, making accusations and allegations that this is a very politically tainted process. Well, it is now, seems to be a politically tainted process, but on the Pakistani side, rather than against Pakistan, because on purely objective criteria, there is absolutely no reason to bring Pakistan out of the grey list.
Well, we've got access to the 11 conditions that were actually set. So CNN News 18 has accessed these 11 conditions that were set by the FATF, and also say that Pakistan is likely to successfully make a case of complying with all these 11 conditions. Our investigations editor Manoj Gupta getting us these details, and Sushant Sareen was only now mentioning that the FATF APAC, this region, had actually said that Pakistan had satisfied only 1 out of these 11 conditions. What are these 11 conditions? Now, let's try and understand. Ensuring prevention of money laundering and terror financing. This is to ensure that that will not that happens. Swift punishment of those involved in money laundering. Create checks to deter terror financing operations. Implement tough laws to end terror financing permanently. Arrest and identify assets of heads of banned organizations. Sanctions against banks linked to money laundering and terror. Prevent illegal fundraising by banned organizations. Highlight illegal foreign transactions to law enforcement. Identify all assets and operations of banned organizations, ensure strong laws for financial background checks, and ensure strong laws for financial records of suspected outfits. So Masood Azhar is in now Afghanistan. Ayman al-Zawahiri has been neutralized in Kabul. All terror organizations are now in Afghanistan. And those which are operating in Pakistan, I have got very, very legal and pliant fronts. So has Pakistan enacted the charade brilliantly, Sushant Sarinji, or is the West playing another double game?
Anand, I think the West is playing a double. Let me give you an example of this double game. According to the Pakistanis themselves, their election commission, after 8 years of investigating Imran Khan's records, financial records, have said that Imran Khan has engaged in money laundering. Right?
Right.
Now, you have the prime minister of that damn country who has been engaged in money laundering, and then you expect that the Pakistanis are going to set in place very tight and watertight kind of fail-safe money laundering standards. Are you now either I'm a complete Charlie, or the West simply does not want to see the reality for what it is. Because how can a prime minister of a country be accused of money laundering by their own investigating agencies, and yet he gets away scot-free? Okay, the current prime minister has just been given a clean sheet on charges of money laundering. All Pakistani politicians are involved in money laundering. On terror finance, please tell me what are the assets of terrorist organizations which have actually been seized? Of not just the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed, but a number of other terrorist organizations which have cropped up in Pakistan. So, one can give you chapter and verse on how this whole process is taking place and how the Pakistanis are pretending that they are actually cracking down on all of this and delivering. But actually they are not. Because when it comes to actual terror finance and money laundering, yes, on the face of it, if you go to a bank today, you have to withdraw money or receive money, there'll be 20 forms to fill up. But none of those forms will be there once you take them out of the grey list. Number one. Number two, once you have taken this sword over the head, how are you going to force compliance on them? Number three, the biggest problem, that when it comes to state-sponsored terrorism which is sponsored by the Pakistani state against other countries, and I mean the ISI in specifically the ISI, when they are going to be involved in terrorist activities and they have to secure funding for these guys or launder money for these fellows, which bank is going to be able to stand up and say that no, you are violating the law? So yes, an ordinary citizen on the street will be made to jump through the hoops to show that you are complying with the FATF mandates and the FATF regulations. But when it actually counts, these are guys who are going to go away scot-free. The entire Pakistani real estate market operates on money laundering.
It is.
So
but for the Pakistanis, they've just turned around and said we are just into the import-export business of cash. So that's what hamara export ka business hai, cash ka. That's what that's how they seem to be legitimizing it, and the West, largely led by Uncle Sam, seem to be buying it. Now we've got reaction from the Indian government sources also on this possibility. They're also keeping a close watch on the current situation, and what top Indian government sources are telling CNN News 18 at this point. There are reports of successful compliance of Pak, but this is all a complete whitewash. This is all bumkum. Terror camps and funding nexus still exist in Pakistan. FATF teams never visited terror breeding grounds in POK. Arrest of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar chiefs only a photo op. Top terror commanders in ISI safe houses. And madrasas in Pakistan are being used to spread jihadi propaganda. So the Indian government source telling us what we already know and what the world knows. But Pakistanis were able to manage, Sushant Sareen, getting the ambassador, the US ambassador to Pakistan, to go there and call it Azad Kashmir in POK, standing there, and put out a video of that. They have also been able to successfully shell this entire charade. They have legitimized the Haqqanis, a terrorist outfit, by putting them in government in Afghanistan. Did the trade-off, is this the biggest trade-off? The trade-off is that they gave up Zawahiri and they opened up their airspace for the American drones to fly to Kabul.
Well, at least on the face of it, that seems to be the trade-off. But I think there is an element of signaling from the American side to us that, okay, fine, since you are so interested in showing your strategic autonomy, let us shaft you a little bit and use the Pakistan angle. Perhaps there is that element which is also at play, number one. Number two, I think the Americans are also trying to, make up or at least have a working relationship going with the Pakistanis. Please remember that during the current floods, the Americans are the largest donors to Pakistan, despite the fact that the Pakistanis, have made them actually lose the war in Afghanistan. The Pakistanis were responsible for that, something that the Americans know very well, but seem rather diffident or reluctant or pusillanimous to be able to do anything about. So they seem to have accepted that. I think so. That relationship is not exactly going back to the old 50s and 60s kind of a relationship, but it serves as a good counterweight to India. So to that extent, the Americans are not averse to using the Pakistanis against India. Some of that might be also at play.
Is it also to try and wean Pakistan away from the Chinese a little, so that America still has a little bit of a foothold there to hold there?
Anand, that again is an American delusion if they think the Pakistanis are ever going to move away from the Chinese. But for the Americans, unless of course the Americans are so completely clueless that they don't know the meaning and the sentiment that will happen in India of seeing the American ambassador go to POK, unless they are completely insensitive to Indian concerns, I would imagine that was to a plan. That was to send a signal to us. And quite clearly, I think that is something which is also at play. And taking the Pakistanis out of the FATF grey list is probably yet another favor that the Americans are doing to the Pakistanis. Please remember...
Would you read all of it in conjunction, Sushantji? I'm sorry I'm interrupting you, but because I want you to add this and also expand on it. The POJK remark, Azad Kashmir remark by the ambassador, the IMF extension of the dole, for the service and upgrade of the F-16s, and to say that it's like a counter-terrorism measure. Then this entire aspect of the FATF angle. Is Uncle Sam allowing Pakistan to be propped up yet again, despite knowing that it is the Pakistanis who ran America aground with respect to Afghanistan? And why would they want to do it?
I wouldn't say in entirety, but I would say to some extent I would go along with the, your take or the question which you are asking. I would go along it to some extent. I would go along with it, that it does seem that the Americans are trying to pull them out of the kind of morass in which these guys are caught, in the hope of using them as a bit of a counterweight against India, number one. Number two, to use them for some counter-terrorism objectives which the Americans might have, and generally to keep the Pakistanis afloat. Keep them as a kind of a going concern. Because if the Pakistanis go under, then the Americans think that there will be a lot more cost to be paid than to keep them afloat somewhat. And the Pakistanis have their own wish list, which the Americans are giving into them. But I think just as what the Americans did in the last 20 years by turning a blind eye to what the Pakistanis were doing, I think they will end up paying a very heavy price for the flirtation with the Pakistanis this time around as well. I don't think they're going to come off, smelling of roses out of this one.
Or should we just go about our business and then, deal with it? Because it has hurt us, this American mollycoddling of the Pakistanis and doling out the dollars which have been directed towards India. And now when we are trying to push forth our growth story, do we want the Pakistanis energized with more dollars coming in, which they will again try and direct towards disrupting India? What should be our approach?
Anand, I believe Allah is great. And Allah will make sure that the Pakistanis will keep doing what they are doing and keep going down the hill. I think the trajectory on which they are, I don't see any way out for them, unless of course the Americans are ready to give them about $100 billion or thereabouts. Pakistan is something of a bottomless pit. You can keep throwing money at it, and that money will keep disappearing. Let me just give you a small example. Just a couple of weeks back, they'd got over $1 billion from the IMF, and there was expectation that a lot more money will start flowing in. And at that point of time, the foreign exchange reserves, and this is just a couple of weeks back, At that point of time, their foreign exchange reserves reached about $9 billion. Now, suddenly they're back down to $7.5 billion. And if they don't get further infusions of money, it'll go further down. Then they have this genius of Ishaqdar as their finance minister, who actually believes that making a strong rupee against the dollar is the secret to success. Now, in the metaverse in which Mr. Ishaqdar lives, it might be so. But as far as the principles of economics is concerned, by overvaluing the rupee against the dollar, you're only going to lead to a further balance of payments crisis going forward. You might be able to stall the fall of the rupee for some more time, maybe a couple of weeks, maybe a couple of months, but eventually it will fall harder than what it has already. So I think I have full faith in the Pakistanis for messing it up, and regardless of what the Americans do with them. And if the Americans want to continue to flirt with the Pakistanis to try and signal to India, then when the Americans come back to us, I think we can extract a much higher price from them than what we can do at this point in time. So I think we should hold our horses. We should be confident in our own abilities and our own capacities and our own strengths, and we can ride this out and actually profit from it going forward.
Right. Thank you very much, Sushantji. Always a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you for joining with us on this joining us on this very special exclusive news break that we brought to you here. Top of Nation at 5. Our investigations editor Manoj Gupta getting us the details that Pakistan is all set to emerge out of the grey list into the white list. We'll take a very short break. When we come back, what happened in Varanasi around the Gyanvapi case?
और वही फोकस करती हूँ कि अपनी स्ट्रेंथ पे ज़्यादातर रहूँ.
Australian cricketer David Warner's lifetime leadership ban could be lifted as the Cricket Australia directors are contemplating rewriting the organisation's code of ethics. Warner was handed a leadership ban following the infamous 2018 ball tampering scandal. But the 35-year-old, who is closing in on 100 T20 internationals and 100 test appearances, has been looked upon as a possible candidate for Australia's vacant ODI captain's position. In a fresh twist in the Congress presidential polls, Shashi Tharoor has alleged that there is a difference in treatment between candidates within the party. Tharoor has claimed that there is a bias and an uneven playing field in the elections within the party, and the election for the Congress top leadership is supposed to happen on October 17, and the results will be declared on the 19th of October.
हम चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, कोई दुश्मनी का कोई स्पिरिट नहीं है हमारे पार्टी में. खड़गे साहब तो मेरे सीनियर नेता है, मैं उनके साथ काम भी किया हूं. जब वो लोकसभा में लीडर थे, मैं उनके साथ बहुत नज़दीकी से काम किया. ये तो दो सहयोगी एक साथ पार्टी की मजबूती के लिए किस तरीके के काम करना, इसी के है हमारे चुनाव. मैं चाहता हूं कि हमारी पार्टी में इस किस्म की बदलाव आ जाए ताकि जो वोटर्स हमारे साथ नहीं रहे 2014 में और 2019 में, कि वो वापस आए हमारे पास.
Prime Minister Modi was in poll-bound Himachal Pradesh today, where he flagged off the 4th Vande Bharat Express from Una to New Delhi. Later in the day, Prime Minister also laid the foundation stones of 2 hydropower projects and launched the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana in Una. The state government has announced and inaugurated projects worth more than 4,000 crores in different constituencies over the past month.
भारत की चौथी वंदे भारत ट्रेन को हरी झंडी दिखाने का सौभाग्य मिला. ये भी सोचिए, देश में चौथी वंदे भारत ट्रेन, इतना बड़ा हिंदुस्तान, इतने बड़े बड़े शहर, लेकिन चौथी ट्रेन अगर मिली तो मेरे हिमाचल को मिल गए.
The Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena has alleged bias by the Election Commission in the allegation of the party symbols and names. The Uddhav Thackeray faction wrote a scathing letter to the Election Commission today and said that the Election Commission of India gave a wide margin to the rival team Shinde to choose a name and symbol of their choice. War of words brewing between the Congress and the BJP after Pradhan Mantri Modi on Monday had said that he would be solving the Kashmir issue by walking in the footsteps of Sardar Patel. In fact, Congress leader Jairam Ramesh accused the BJP of what he termed as whitewashing real history and also said that Prime Minister Modi overlooked facts only to castigate Nehru on Jammu and Kashmir. Meanwhile, Union Minister Kiran Rijiju on Wednesday launched a blistering attack on Congress's Jairam Ramesh over the history of the accession of Kashmir with India and also said that the Congress perpetuated a historical lie to protect the dubious role of Jawaharlal Nehru. Rijiju also said that Nehru rejected Hari Singh's accession request and came up with some special case for Kashmir and wanted much more than what he termed mere accession. Monderita, a class 12 student from Jamshedpur, contributed towards building toilets in rural areas and schools with the money that she'd saved in her piggy bank. Most girls were dropping out of her school due to lack of toilet facilities, after which Monderita decided to join hands with Prime Minister's Swachh Bharat mission.
तो मैंने क्या किया, उसी पॉकेट मनी को मैंने जमाना शुरू किया और 2014 में मैंने शुरू किया और 2016 में जाके मेरा पिगी बैंक जो है वो कम्प्लीटली फुल हो गया। तो मैंने जब उस पिगी बैंक को फोड़ा तब 24,000 रुपये निकले वहाँ से। तो उन्हीं 24,000 रुपयों को हमने इन्वेस्ट किया और केंद्राडी गांव जो टेल्को के हुडको एरिया के जस्ट बगल में है, वहीं से पहले 2 टॉयलेट बना के ये जर्नी जो है वो शुरू हुई।
After incessant rains lashed several regions of Uttar Pradesh, residents were having to deal with a lot of water that flowed in from various rivers and went above the danger mark. The water levels of Rapti river was flowing well above the danger mark in Gorakhpur and this severely affected the nearby villages. The flood water even entered the homes of many villages, forcing them to evacuate. The Royal Luxury liner and the train Palace on Wheels, which came to a halt in March 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, was flagged off from the Safdarjung railway station in the national capital. This train will be running under the operation and maintenance model Bharat Gaurav train policy of the Indian Railways. And this award-winning train will leave Delhi every Wednesday on its scheduled time and will go through the cities of Rajasthan. Amid the change of guard in the BCCI top brass, the board president Saurav Ganguly broke his silence today and said that he cannot be an administrator forever. The former India captain is set to be replaced as board president by Roger Binny.
It's iconic when you enter the game in the morning, and after that I've gone back to play many a number of matches. Went back as captain, went back as commentator, went back as an administrator. So I can see the history behind that ground. How people come and enjoy it. It's an event. I got this 100 on a Saturday. So a Saturday at Lord's is completely packed. There's not one seat empty because it's a holiday, it's a weekend in England and people come and watch Test cricket. And England is still a place where Test cricket is alive. It was very much alive during our generation because there was no T20. And then obviously T20 cricket came in, the faster cricket came in. And in many places Test matches have started to take a back seat.
The Indian women's cricket team beat Thailand by 74 runs to enter Women's Asia Cup final. Chasing 149 for a victory, Thailand could only score 74 for 9 in their allotted 20 overs. And skipper Shaiwai and Nathaya also scored 21 each for Thailand, while Deepthi Sharma was the pick of the Indian bowlers with figures of 3 for 7.
जब भी हम पाकिस्तान से खेलते हैं और हमेशा वो इंटरेस्टिंग गेम होता है एंड जस्ट हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि लाइक कौन फाइनल में खेलेगा, बट यस हम लोगों का जो माइंड सेटअप है वो काफ़ी क्लियर है कि हम लोगों को क्या करना है। हम जस्ट उसी चीज़ पे फोकस कर रहे हैं। टीम के लिए अच्छा करते हो और हर चीज़ में आप कंट्रीब्यूट करते हो, वो एक आपको कॉन्फिडेंस देता है। जो मेरी स्ट्रेंथ है मैं हमेशा उस पर बॉल डालती हूँ और वही फोकस करती हूँ कि अपनी स्ट्रेंथ पे ज़्यादातर रहूँ।
Australian cricketer David Warner's lifetime leadership ban could be lifted as the Cricket Australia directors are contemplating rewriting the organisation's code of ethics. Warner was handed a leadership ban following the infamous 2018 ball tampering scandal. But the 35-year-old, who is closing in on 100 T20 internationals and 100 test appearances, has been looked upon as a possible candidate for Australia's vacant ODI captain's position. In a fresh twist in the Congress presidential poll, Shashi Tharoor has alleged that there is a difference in treatment between candidates within the party. Tharoor has claimed that there is a bias and an uneven playing field in the elections within the party, and the election for the Congress top leadership is supposed to happen on October 17, and the results will be declared on the 19th of October.
हम चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, कोई दुश्मनी का कोई स्पिरिट नहीं है हमारे पार्टी में। खड़गे साहब तो मेरे सीनियर नेता है, मैं उनके साथ काम भी किया हूं। जब वो लोकसभा में लीडर थे, मैं उनके साथ बहुत नज़दीकी से काम किया। ये तो दो सहयोगी एक साथ पार्टी की मजबूती के लिए किस तरीके के काम करना, इसी के है हमारे चुनाव। मैं चाहता हूं कि हमारी पार्टी में इस किस्म की बदलाव आ जाए, ताकि जो वोटर्स हमारे साथ नहीं रहे 2014 में और 2019 में, कि वो वापस आए हमारे पास।
Prime Minister Modi was in poll-bound Himachal Pradesh today, where he flagged off the 4th Vande Bharat Express from Una to New Delhi. Later in the day, Prime Minister also laid the foundation stones of 2 hydropower projects and launched the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana in Una. The state government has announced and inaugurated projects worth more than 4,000 crores in different constituencies over the past month.
भारत की चौथी वंदे भारत ट्रेन को हरी झंडी दिखाने का सौभाग्य मिला। ये भी सोचिए, देश में चौथी वंदे भारत ट्रेन, इतना बड़ा हिंदुस्तान, इतने बड़े बड़े शहर, लेकिन
Back on the Nation at 5 with a big development which also comes as relief for the Muslim side in Varanasi, where the district judge turned around and rejected the plea of scientific investigation that was made by the Hindu Paksh. The judge, while in his order very clearly, the court saying that since the Supreme Court has protected this entire structure, that is the Vazu area, and what the Hindu Paksh claims is the original Shivling of Adi Vishweshwar, this was found during the Advocate Commissioner's survey. No scientific investigation that includes carbon dating can be carried out without risk to damage of the structure, and because of the Supreme Court's directions that everything there should be preserved and should remain intact as it was, this court could not take that risk and could not then go ahead and commission the scientific investigation. The other aspect that the court mentioned in its judgment is that the current requirement of a survey or an entire scientific investigation under the Archaeological Survey of India is not required at this point in time, because that carbon dating aspect of scientific investigation will not address the points in law that are presented before the court. Now we are given to understand that the Hindu Paksh will go back to the Supreme Court and ask the Supreme Court to then judge or decide on the aspect of scientific investigation, because you have the Hindu Paksh saying it's a Shivling and the Muslim Paksh saying no, it's a fountain.
इस ऑर्डर के अगेंस्ट हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाएंगे, इस ऑर्डर को हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चुनौती देंगे। ये ऑर्डर अगेंस्ट द रिकॉर्ड है, क्योंकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने 20 मई के ऑर्डर से ट्रायल कोर्ट को पावर दी थी कि वो सारी एप्लीकेशन डिसाइड करेंगे। दूसरी बात, ये मांग लेके हम सारे महिलाएं याचिकाकर्ता सुप्रीम कोर्ट गए थे और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा था कि आप ट्रायल कोर्ट को अप्रोच करिए। तो ट्रायल कोर्ट आज कह रहा है कि हम नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने सील कर रखा है। तो हम इस मांग को लेके अब दोबारा सुप्रीम कोर्ट के सामने जाएंगे।
आज प्लेंटिफ की कार्बन डेटिंग की एप्लीकेशन मुख्य 2 बिंदुओं को, जो कि मेरा ऑब्जेक्शन में भी था, विचार अपने ध्यान में रखते हुए, एक तो ये थे कि साहब ऑनरेबल सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ये कहा था कि साहब जो तथाकथित शिवलिंग है जो कमीशन रिपोर्ट में प्राप्त हुआ है उसको पूरी तरह सुरक्षित रखा जाए। तो जिला जज साहब का ये व्यू था कि साहब सुप्रीम कोर्ट के ऑर्डर के सुरक्षित रखा जाए। अगर कार्बन डेटिंग के संबंध में कोई ऑर्डर किया जाए तो उसकी सुरक्षा प्रभावित होगी, एक पॉइंट ये है। दूसरी, आम जनमानस की धार्मिक भावना आस्था को भी ख्याल रखते हुए उनकी कार्बन डेटिंग की एप्लीकेशन निरस्त किया है।
Let's try and go across to Subhash Jha, senior advocate, and Tushar Gupta also joining us at this point. I just seem to have lost my connection with the PCR. We'll try and connect with the control room again. But Subhash ji, I want to understand from you, is this, how would you see what the court's observations are today? Because there are two clauses. If you look at the original Supreme Court order, in that the point 2 bar 2.1 very clearly empowers the district judge. In this case, the district judge has turned around and said, I'm not empowered to opine on this.
In my opinion, the learned judge has completely misread the order of the Supreme Court. When the Supreme Court has relegated the issue for being adjudicated upon by the district judge, how does he do it? I mean, he has to do it on the basis of scientific tests. And the scientific test would mean to include carbon dating test also. So in my assessment, prima facie, I feel that this order is erroneous. And as Vishnu Jain I have heard him saying that he will go to the Supreme Court. Go to the Supreme Court and have the order clarified. That's the only issue. I don't think there's something like winning or losing at this stage. All that the learned judge seems to have not comprehended the order of the Supreme Court. And this invariably happens. Not for the first time. The High Court or the lower court not able to construe the order of the Supreme Court properly, and then a litigant going back to the Supreme Court and seeking verification is not something which is very uncommon.
But Subhashji, see, this is what 2.1 says. Civil suit number 693 of 2021 shall stand transferred from the file of the civil judge, Senior Division Varanasi, to the court of the district judge, Varanasi, for trial, and all interlocutory and ancillary proceedings in the suit shall be addressed to and decided by the court of the district judge. This is what 2.1 turns around and says. But there is also the last part which says that it says unless adequate arrangements for ensuring the due observance of Wazu have already been made by district magistrate, we direct the district magistrate and consultant with the parties to ensure that appropriate arrangements are made for the religious observance. But they also say that pending disposal of the application, that this place should be secured, that this place should be marked out. That is also part of this very order. So now the judge is saying, so is the judge right in interpreting it that way, or was the judge actually empowered based on the Supreme Court's order?
I think, as I've said you, that the learned judge has completely misconstrued the order of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court's order only says that it protect the structure, and by ordering a carbon dating, which is a scientific method of establishing the age of a structure, has got nothing to do with not protecting. So the learned judge is seeking to construe that issuing order of carbon dating would seek to interfere with the protection of the shrine or protection of the structure. In my assessment, that is not the correct interpretation at all. The learned judge, the Supreme Court, as you rightly said in the first part of the order, has relegated the issue for adjudication. How do you adjudicate a dispute unless until you do this structure which is age old? How do you decide this?
Or do Tushar Gupta? Tushar Gupta is also with us of Swarajya. Tushar, do you believe the judges said, don't put it on my head, just go back to the Supreme Court? This is like, typically it reminds me of file being passed around in bureaucracy. उसके पास भेजो, जिसके पास जाना है उसी के पास पहले गए थे, but वो कहता है सबके पास घूम के आओ फिर बाद में मेरे पास आओ.
Anand, the irony is the truth is before our eyes. The Shivling is before our eyes. We all know what it is. Even if the other side wants to claim it's a fountain that descended from the heavens, we all know it's a Shivling. But at the end of the day, we need tangible proof. That is how the law of the land works. And it's only possible through scientific excavations. It's only possible through some scientific process. It might be carbon dating. It could be something else. That's for the experts to decide. But it has to be a scientific process. What is the judge wondering here? Is he thinking that the two parties will get in a court, there would be documents exchanged, debates would be held? That is not the case here. It has to be a scientific process which decides the legitimacy of the mosque that has been built over the shrine. That is the first aspect. Now, the second aspect you pointed out very correctly. The judge probably wanted to dodge a bullet. He wanted to give it a pass. He did not want to make the difficult announcement because it doesn't really add up that you want to protect the structure also, but you also decline the existence of the structure by saying that a scientific process की क्या जरूरत है, जो है जैसा चलने दीजिए. So ये approach it doesn't add up really.
No, but Subhashji, the other part, the court also notes that ordering ASI for carbon dating won't help it in answering the questions of law involved in the suit. Would you agree with that? Because bulk of the petitions are challenging based on what each side is claiming exists there in the Gyanvapi Parisar.
See, I tell you, if you ask me a question, I would answer in a different way.
Ji.
How do you decide the structure? Now, see, please try to understand what is happening. When the issue comes of deciding an issue of Islamic faith, then you take recourse. The Supreme Court of India has placed reliance on Quran, on Sharia, and so many other things. So therefore, place reliance on our religious texts which are so old. No such exercise, in my assessment, if you ask me, of the suit, etc., is absolutely unnecessary exercise in futility. In my assessment, if you ask me to adjudicate, I would adjudicate on the basis of our religious text and decide. Where is the question of filing suit and fighting for years together and centuries together? This is all absolutely unwarranted and unnecessary exercise in my assessment. And having said that, it doesn't matter. Now, the learned judge is trying a suit. How does you otherwise adjudicate upon the issue? All this exercises in case of Ayodhya. Carbon dating and finding the age of those stone structures which were found beneath the structures. Now, all these exercises have been gone into by the courts. Eventually decided the complex issue.
Absolutely. Subhashji and Tusharji, thank you very, very much for joining us here on The Nation at 5. We hope to be able to speak with the main petitioner in the case, Vishnu Shankar Jain, or the lawyer on behalf of the petitioner, and one of the petitioners among the 5 ladies who moved the court later tonight on the right stand. For the moment, taking a very short break. When we come back, an interesting story from Uttar Pradesh where the Madrasa survey is on, but reports suggest that in about 20 districts, nearly 800 of them are not following due process. Stay with us. We get the Madrasa board chairman to speak with us on The Nation at 5 when we come back.
And we'll go through the cities of Rajasthan. Amid the change of guard in the BCCI top brass, the board president Saurav Ganguly broke his silence today and said that he cannot be an administrator forever. The former India captain is set to be replaced as board president by Roger Billy.
It's iconic when you enter the game in the morning, and after that I've gone back to play many a number of matches. Went back as captain, went back as commentator, went back as an administrator. So I can see the history behind that ground. How people come and enjoy it. It's an event. I got this 100 on a Saturday. So a Saturday at Lord's is completely packed. There's not one seat empty because it's a holiday, it's a weekend in England, and people come and watch Test cricket. And England is still a place where Test cricket is alive. It was very much alive during our generation because there was no T20. And then obviously T20 cricket came in, the faster cricket came in. And in many places, Test matches have started to take a back seat.
The Indian women's cricket team beat Thailand by 74 runs to enter Women's Asia Cup final. Chasing 149 for a victory, Thailand could only score 74 for 9 in their allotted 20 overs. And skipper Shaiwai and Nathaya also scored 21 each for Thailand, while Deepti Sharma was the pick of the Indian bowlers with figures of 3 for 7.
जब भी हम पाकिस्तान से खेलते हैं और हमेशा वो इंटरेस्टिंग गेम होता है एंड जस्ट हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि लाइक कौन फाइनल में खेलेगा बट यस हम लोगों का जो माइंड सेटअप है वो काफ़ी क्लियर है कि हम लोगों को क्या करना है हम जस्ट उसी चीज़ पे फोकस कर रहे हैं टीम के लिए अच्छा करते हो और हर चीज़ में आप कंट्रीब्यूट करते हो वो एक आपको कॉन्फिडेंस देता है जो मेरी स्ट्रेंथ है मैं हमेशा उस पर बॉल डालती हूँ और वही फोकस करती हूँ कि अपनी स्ट्रेंथ पे ज़्यादातर रहूँ.
Australian cricketer David Warner's lifetime leadership ban could be lifted as the Cricket Australia directors are contemplating rewriting the organisation's code of ethics. Warner was handed a leadership ban following the infamous 2018 ball tampering scandal. But the 35-year-old, who is closing in on 100 T20 internationals and 100 test appearances, has been looked upon as a possible candidate for Australia's vacant ODI captain's position. In a fresh twist in the Congress presidential poll, Shashi Tharoor has alleged that there is a difference in treatment between candidates within the party. Tharoor has claimed that there is a bias and an uneven playing field in the elections within the party, and the election for the Congress top leadership is supposed to happen on October 17, and the results will be declared on the 19th of October.
हम चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, कोई दुश्मनी का कोई स्पिरिट नहीं है हमारे पार्टी में। खड़गे साहब तो मेरे सीनियर नेता है, मैं उनके साथ काम भी किया हूं। जब वो लोकसभा में लीडर थे, मैं उनके साथ बहुत नज़दीकी से काम किया। ये तो दो सहयोगी एक साथ पार्टी की मजबूती के लिए किस तरीके के काम करना, इसी के है हमारे चुनाव। मैं चाहता हूं कि हमारी पार्टी में इस किस्म की बदलाव आ जाए, ताकि जो वोटर्स हमारे साथ नहीं रहे 2014 में और 2019 में, कि वो वापस आए हमारे पास।
Prime Minister Modi was in poll-bound Himachal Pradesh today, where he flagged off the 4th Vande Bharat Express from Una to New Delhi. Later in the day, Prime Minister also laid the foundation stones of 2 hydropower projects and launched the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana in Una. The state government has announced and inaugurated projects worth more than 4,000 crores in different constituencies over the past month.
Back on the Nation at 5 with news just coming in from Uttar Pradesh on the Madrasa survey, where reports suggest that although the survey is not yet complete, findings so far also indicate gross misconduct in management of many madrasas. Reports suggest that in districts like Prayagraj, Moradabad, many madrasas have failed to give satisfactory details of their sources of funding and affiliations. In all, around 16,500 madrasas in Uttar Pradesh are recognized by the State Madrasa Board, of which about 500 are government-aided, but there are thousands of other madrasas which are affiliated to other private bodies which so far have had no check or no update on how they are functioning, where their source of funds is, etc. Dr. Iftikhar Ahmed Javed, the chairman of the state board, has said that the survey is still being done in several districts and the delay was due to Dussehra and also inclement weather over the last 2 or 3 weeks. That's why the initially set date of October 10th could not be completed. Now, we have with us, and I'm just going to check, yes, we do have with us Dr. Iftikhar Ahmed, Chairman Uttar Pradesh of the Madrasa Education. Dr. Iftikhar Ahmed Javed, namaste. Thank you very, very much for speaking with us here at CNN News 18. मेरा पहला प्रश्न आपसे ये है कि ये जो मदरसा सर्वे का काम होना था, ये 10 अक्टूबर तक संपूर्ण होना था, ये अब तक क्यों नहीं हो पाया है कंप्लीट?
देखिए, पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में कुल 75 जिले हैं और सर्वे काम 5 तक चलना था, लेकिन बीच में दशहरे की छुट्टियां वगैरह थी, तो उस डेट को बढ़ा के 20 अक्टूबर कर दिया गया। तो अलग अलग जिलों का इस तरह से आंकड़ा मिल पाना लगभग नामुमकिन है, और वो अभी सर्वे चल भी रहा है, क्योंकि डेट्स की कमी हो रही थी। लोगों ने कहा कि वहाँ के अधिकारियों ने निवेदन किया कि थोड़ा समय बढ़ाया जाए, तो हम लोगों ने समय को बढ़ाया है। अब 20 अक्टूबर तक सर्वे होगा, उसके बाद वो लोग एनालिसिस करके अपनी रिपोर्ट शासन को 15 नवंबर तक भेजने वाले हैं।
15 नवंबर तक आपके पास रिपोर्ट आ जाएगी, लेकिन अभी कुछ जिलों में जहाँ जहाँ सर्वे हुआ है वहाँ कहीं ऐसा बताया जा रहा है और खबरें हैं, अखबारों में भी आया है कि अवैध मदरसे हैं कई सारे जो अवैध रूप से फंक्शन कर रहे हैं।
ये अवैध शब्द कहाँ से पैदा हुआ, इसकी भी एक जांच होनी चाहिए कि ये शब्द आया कहाँ से। न तो मदरसा बोर्ड की मीटिंग में ये शब्द आया था कभी, न शासन के किसी भी आदेश में जो सर्वे का आदेश हुआ इसमें कहीं भी ये शब्द जिक्र नहीं है। जो हमें क्वेश्चनर जो प्रोफार्मा भेजा है जिलों में जिलाधिकारी के जरिए से जो सर्वे हो रहा है, 3 लोगों की टीम उसकी सर्वे की रिपोर्ट्स ला रही है, दे रही है जिलाधिकारी के यहाँ, उस प्रोफार्मा में भी कहीं अवैध शब्द का जिक्र नहीं है। ये अवैध शब्द पैदा किसने किया, इसकी भी आने वाले दिनों में एक जांच होनी चाहिए। ये कहाँ से पैदा हो गया शब्द, इलीगल लीगल, ये सब चीजें नहीं हो रही हैं। ये साधारण सर्वे है जो स्कूलों के भी होते हैं, कॉलेजों के भी होते हैं, यूनिवर्सिटीज के होते हैं, समय समय पर होते रहते हैं। पहली बार हम लोगों ने मदरसे का जो गैर मान्यता प्राप्त है मदरसे, उनका सर्वे कराने का फैसला लिया 15 जून को। शासन ने उसकी नोटिफिकेशन जारी किया 31 अगस्त को। तो सर्वे हो रहा है, इसमें कहीं कोई जांच हो ही नहीं रही है। तो जो लोग इस उम्मीद में बैठे हुए हैं कि हमें अवैध और वैध का आंकड़ा मिलेगा, उनको आने वाले दिनों में केवल और केवल निराशा मिलेगी, क्योंकि ये ऐसा कोई सर्वे में ऐसा कोई प्रोफार्मा में क्वेश्चनर है ही नहीं है।
नहीं, प्रोफॉर्मा में जो क्वेश्चनर है जावेद जी, तो उसमें ऐसा बताया जा रहा है कि 20 जिलों में से करीब 800 ऐसे मदरसे हैं जो सारे बॉक्सेस टिक नहीं करते, तो इसीलिए उन्हें अवैध बताया जा रहा है।
क्यों इस तरह की चीजें हो रही हैं, ये समझ से परे है। ये हास्यास्पद स्थिति पैदा हो रही है, क्योंकि हम लोग एजुकेशन सेक्टर में काम कर रहे हैं, एक मदरसों की बेहतरी के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। हमारे यहाँ 16,513 मदरसों का आंकड़ा मौजूद है जो हमारे बोर्ड से मान्यता प्राप्त है। उनमें 560 मदरसों को हम अनुदान देते हैं, ये भी आंकड़ा हमारे पास है। समय समय पे मदरसों पे उंगलियां उठती रही हैं। इसलिए हम लोगों ने बीच में जो राष्ट्रीय बाल संरक्षण आयोग है, उनका भी पत्र आया था कि आप मदरसों को जरा एक सर्वे करा के स्थिति स्पष्ट करिए। तो हम लोग ये जानना चाहते हैं कि आखिर ये जो गैर मान्यता प्राप्त है, जो हमारे बोर्ड से एफिलिएटेड नहीं है, उनकी क्या स्थिति है, क्या हालात उनके हैं, उनकी बिल्डिंग कैसी है, उनका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कैसा है, उनके यहाँ बच्चे कितने हैं, शिक्षक कितने हैं, उनके यहाँ बिजली पानी की व्यवस्था क्या है, उनके यहाँ बिल्डिंग की हालत निजी बिल्डिंग है या किराए की है, कैसे हालात हैं, इन पे एक हम डेटा कलेक्शन का काम कर रहे हैं। ये कोई किसी का किसी भी ग्रुप में किसी प्रकार का कोई इन्वेस्टिगेशन, कोई जांच नहीं है, किसी को वैध और अवैध की सर्टिफिकेट नहीं मिलने वाले हैं। ये सिंपल सर्वे है। सर्वे के द्वारा हमें एक डेटा प्राप्त होगा जो पहले हमें 25 अक्टूबर तक मिलना था, जिसकी तारीख बढ़ करके अब 15 नवंबर पहुंच गई है। इसके पहले बेवजह की बातें करना, बेतुकी बातें करना, ये समझ से परे है। हम सबको काम करने में असहजता की स्थिति पैदा हो रही है।
जी, तो आप कह रहे हैं कि इसकी वजह से आपको शायद दिक्कतें आई, ग्राउंड पे दिक्कतें आई है कि नहीं ये भी बताइए। लेकिन कुछ ऐसे प्रश्न हैं उस प्रश्नावली में जो फोकस होंगे, सोर्स ऑफ फंडिंग कहाँ से है, आप कैसे अपना चला रहे हैं, आप कैसे, आपको ये जगह मिली, जगह जो आपने जहाँ से आप ये मदरसा चला रहे हैं लीगल है, इलीगल है, किस तरह की स्टाफिंग है, ये सारे प्रश्न हैं। इसमें कहीं आपको कुछ गड़बड़ मिला है, घोटाला मिला है कुछ मदरसों के फंक्शनिंग में अब तक जो सर्वे हुआ है?
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का सपना है कि मुसलमान के बच्चे के एक हाथ में कुरान और एक हाथ में कंप्यूटर होना चाहिए। और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी बनने के बाद से 8 साल से लगातार सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबके विश्वास की बात कर रहे हैं। हम सब उस दिशा में प्रयास कर रहे हैं जिसे उन्होंने सबका प्रयास नाम दिया। पार्टी या सरकार लगातार सर्व समाज के लिए काम कर रही है। हमने पहले ही कहा कि स्कूलों के सर्वे होते रहे हैं, कॉलेजों के होते रहे हैं, यूनिवर्सिटीज के लिए बाकायदा नेक की टीम जाती है और वो जाकर के यूनिवर्सिटीज की ग्रेडिंग करती है, उनके सर्वे करती है। हम लोगों ने जिन्हें इस कौम को या इस समाज को, इन मदरसों पर जिसकी किसी को ध्यान नहीं जा रहा था, हम लोगों ने इसको, इनके बच्चों को, मदरसों के बच्चों को, जो हमारे देश और प्रदेश के बच्चे हैं, कल के ये मुस्तकबिल है, फ्यूचर है, इनकी बेहतरी के लिए हम काम कर रहे हैं। हम अपने यहाँ के सिलेबस को लगातार दुरुस्त कर रहे हैं। हम चाहते हैं कि बच्चे दिन की चीजें पढ़ें, कुरान पढ़ें, हदीस पढ़ें, दुनियात पढ़ें, लेकिन साथ में साइंस, मैथ, कंप्यूटर पढ़ें, सोशल पढ़ें। इसके लिए हम सब प्रयास कर रहे हैं। हमारा ये था कि जो हमारे यहाँ से एफिलिएटेड बच्चे हैं, पढ़ रहे हैं मदरसों में, उनके बाद उनका आंकड़ा तो हमें मिल जा रहा है, उनकी तालीम कैसे और मिल जा रहा है। लेकिन जो मान्यता हमारे यहाँ से नहीं है, जो कहीं न कहीं से और जुड़े हुए हैं, उनका सिलेबस क्या है, वो कौन से बोर्ड से मान्यता लेके पढ़ा रहे हैं या कैसे कर रहे हैं, उनका पाठ्यक्रम क्या है, उनका कब वो स्टैब्लिश हुए, उनकी बिल्डिंग कैसी है, उनकी सुविधाएं कैसी हैं। बच्चे देश के हैं, बच्चे प्रदेश के हैं, बच्चे सारे अपने हैं। उन बच्चों के भविष्य के बेहतर बनाने के लिए सरकार प्रतिबद्ध है। सरकार शिक्षा के मामले में अच्छी गुणवत्ता के साथ, अच्छी उनकी व्यवस्था के साथ उनको शिक्षा देना चाहती है। उनको देश और समाज के मेन स्ट्रीम में लाना चाहती है, मुख्य धारा में जोड़ना चाहती है। वो कहीं से भी अलग थलग ना पढ़ने पाए, इसकी चिंता हम कर रहे हैं। इस कड़ी में सर्वे हो रहा है। सर्वे से किसी भी मदरसे को हम वैध अवैध का सर्टिफिकेट नहीं इशू करने वाले।
डॉक्टर इफ्तिकार अहमद, थैंक यू वेरी वेरी मच। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद समय निकालकर हमसे बात करने के लिए। 15 नवंबर को रिपोर्ट तैयार होगी। उस रिपोर्ट में आंकड़े क्या बयां करते हैं उस पर आपसे जरूर बात करेंगे। फिलहाल हमसे बात करने के लिए धन्यवाद। शॉर्ट ब्रेक हियर ऑन द नेशन एट 5। स्टे विद अस।
Brewing between the Congress and the BJP after Pradhan Mantri Modi on Monday had said that he would be solving the Kashmir issue by walking in the footsteps of Sardar Patel. In fact, Congress leader Jairam Ramesh accused the BJP of what he termed as whitewashing real history and also said that Prime Minister Modi overlooked facts only to castigate Nehru on Jammu and Kashmir. Meanwhile, Union Minister Kiran Rijiju on Wednesday launched a blistering attack on Congress's Jairam Ramesh over the history of the accession of Kashmir with India and also said that the Congress perpetuated a historical lie to protect the dubious role of Jawaharlal Nehru. Rijiju also said that Nehru rejected Hari Singh's accession request and came up with some special case for Kashmir and wanted much more than what he termed mere accession. Monderita, a class 12 student from Jamshedpur, contributed towards building toilets in rural areas and schools with the money that she'd saved in her piggy bank. Most girls were dropping out of her school due to lack of toilet facilities, after which Monderita decided to join hands with Prime Minister's Swachh Bharat mission.
तो मैंने क्या किया, उसी पॉकेट मनी को मैंने जमाना शुरू किया और 2014 में मैंने शुरू किया और 2016 में जाके मेरा पिगी बैंक जो है वो कम्प्लीटली फुल हो गया। तो मैंने जब उस पिगी बैंक को फोड़ा तब 24,000 रुपये निकले वहाँ से। तो उन्हीं 24,000 रुपये को हमने इन्वेस्ट किया और केंद्राडी गांव जो टेल्को के हुडको एरिया के जस्ट बगल में है, वहीं से पहले 2 टॉयलेट बना के ये जर्नी जो है वो शुरू हुई।
After incessant rains lashed several regions of Uttar Pradesh, residents were having to deal with a lot of water that flowed in from various rivers and went above the danger mark. The water levels of Rapti River was flowing well above the danger mark in Gorakhpur and this severely affected the nearby villages. The flood water even entered the homes of many villagers, forcing them to evacuate. The Royal Luxury liner and the train Palace on Wheels, which came to a halt in March 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, was flagged off from the Safdarjung railway station in the national capital. This train will be running under the operation and maintenance model Bharat Gaurav train policy of the Indian Railways. And this award-winning train will leave Delhi every Wednesday on its scheduled time and will go through the cities of Rajasthan. Amid the change of guard in the BCCI top brass, the board president Saurav Ganguly broke his silence today and said that he cannot be an administrator forever. The former India captain is set to be replaced as board president by Roger Binny.
Back on the nation at 5 with what's happening in China, ladies and gentlemen. Ahead of the entire presidential meeting and re-election of Xi Jinping, there were huge amount of rumors that were doing the rounds on social media that there has been a revolt. There are massive protests in Beijing and that there perhaps is a military revolt. It was all over social media and it was all dismissed as rumor mongering. And President Xi Jinping did surface a week later. But now there is more information coming through that there are signs of protests. Chinese people are upset with the CCP and Xi Jinping, and these protests are only increasing and getting bolder. Have a look at this. This huge banner against Xi Jinping being raised at the Sitong Bridge in the Haidan district. Any footprint of these visuals has been removed. They are laboriously removing it from social media. That's the level to which the PLA mechanism machinery is trying to erase any social media footprint. CNN News 18 still accessing these visuals where one man stood there trying to say no to this to the great leader and say yes to freedom and no to lies. This is what he was shouting on top of the bridge. He was immediately arrested by the cops. China then removed all signs of protest from social media. That's the effort. So dramatic visuals, these, as such a huge poster comes out. And Siddhant is with us. Siddhant, there is something which is brewing in China at this point, and these are visuals that are coming through around a time that Xi Jinping is trying to stake claim as president for life and also be elected for a third term.
Well, exactly 48 hours is remaining, and this time around, dissent is not just brewing. The anger is not with the normal people, but within the Communist Party also. In fact, there were several rumors of Xi Jinping getting house arrested. He won't be allowed to take to repeat the third term. Also, Anand, important point here is that is China fearing Tiananmen Square embarrassment again? Because the kind of censorship that is being implemented all across China from last 7 days, people are facing problem in accessing social media, Weibo and WeChats. They are facing problem. The surface is running slow. The servers are being blocked. And when the question was asked to the Chinese government, the reply was given that they are just censoring the rumors which are unverified. This is what a reply. But people are facing problems. And in fact, the reports are suggesting that people are complaining about not being able to access the social media. Weibo and WeChats are widely used in China. Also, the protest that happened today, this was again the zero COVID policy of Xi Jinping, which is being heavily criticized because the testing is going on all across China. The quarantine is going on, and people are being harassed on the name of zero COVID policy.
Well, very dramatic tweets that came in saying a banner against Xi Jinping is raised at the Sitong Bridge, Haidian district. Beijing admire the courage of this man, but when the giant ship sank, the screams of the passengers were only the meaning of tragedy. The Great Translation Movement. Now, this hashtag of the Great Translation Movement has been going on for a while. There is also this whole aspect of Tuidiang, that is, see democracy or say no to no to PLA kind of a thing.
Correct.
So this has been championed for a while now.
But that's what, Anand, it has a lot to do with the dissent within the Communist Party, because she is repeating the third term, is going to repeat the third term. And in fact, we have also been told, Anand, that he's going to get the title of the leader, which the great leader. This title was given to Mao. He was the only who got this title. And she has, eliminated all his rival within the party by slapping corruption charges on them. So few are remaining, those who are challenging Xi's power. This time around, they are also going to get eliminated. So these protests, the dissent which is brewing, has more to do with the dissent within the Communist Party. And less than 48 hours are remaining. More than 2,300 delegates are going to attend this great choreographed Communist Party conference where all these coterie, the elite coterie of grandees unite, and then they select their leader. And she is also going to deliver a speech. He's also going to talk about all the works that he has done in last 5 years, and then he's going to get the third term as the General Secretary of the party.
More importantly, whether or not he is going to be talking about his expansionist design. It'll all be hidden in the passages or certain choice of words which will be done, and analysts would see how aggressive he's going to get. Like you said, he's followed on the footsteps of Mao. He's trying to portray himself as the next Mao of China, and also trying to outline that entire vision that was laid out by Mao in 1949 of where China needs to be by 2049, 100 years later. So all of that coming to play. Siddhant, thank you for your inputs. That's all we have time for in this edition of The Nation at 5. Viewpoint with Zaka right now. Hello and welcome to Viewpoint. I'm Zaka Jacob. A significant development in the Gyanvapi case today, where a district court in Varanasi ordered that the Hindu side's petition of asking for carbon dating of the object that was found at the Wazukhana, which the Hindu side claims is a Shivling, the Muslim side claims is nothing but a fountain. Today the court has said that there does not need to be any carbon dating, or for that matter any scientific process to investigate the date of origin of that object. Now, the Hindu side, of course, is saying that they will challenge this in a higher court, presumably the High Court in Allahabad. But short of that, carbon dating was the only scientific means to establish how old this particular object was. And if the Hindu side is not able to establish the age of that object, then there will be a lesser chance of them being able to prove their case that this was indeed a Shivling. So how does one see the order of the Varanasi district judge today. Does the Hindu side still have elbow room for an appeal and try and reverse this decision? And was the judge simply trying to put an end to this controversy, a full stop to this controversy, by taking the position that he cannot order carbon dating of this fountain or Shivling, call it what you want, because it would go against the Supreme Court's order, which is to preserve the monument as is.
The twists and turns continue in the Gyanvapi case. Now the Varanasi District Court has rejected the Hindu side's demand for carbon dating of the Shivling found inside the mosque complex. The court said any survey like a carbon dating will be in violation of Supreme Court's order of sealing of the Wazukhana where the Shivling was found. The court also said that any harm to the structure will violate the top court's order to protect the Shivling, and that any harm to the Shivling will also hurt religious sentiments and lessen chances of a resolution to the legal dispute.
इस ऑर्डर के अगेंस्ट हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाएंगे, इस ऑर्डर को हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट में चुनौती देंगे, ये ऑर्डर अगेंस्ट द रिकॉर्ड है.
The Shivling was found during a video survey carried out in the Gyanvapi Mosque complex on the orders of a lower court, in response to a petition filed by 5 Hindu women who wanted to pray at a shrine inside the mosque. The Muslim side maintains that the object that is being called a Shivling is actually a fountain used for purification rituals. The Hindu petitioners had requested a scientific investigation, including carbon dating, to establish the age of the Shivling.
Welcome the judgment of the Civil Court regarding the carbon dating issue of the Shivling. The Honorable Supreme Court has ordered that the whole of the Wazukhana must be sealed. How can any activity or carbon dating can be done?
Last month, the Varanasi District Court had ruled that the suit filed by the Hindu side is maintainable and that the Places of Worship Act does not bar from the suit being admitted. So what will today's verdict mean for this disputed religious structure?
All right, I want to first go across to my colleague Pranshu Mishra, who's joining us live from Varanasi. You've gone through the detailed order of this single judge, the district judge of Varanasi. What is the rationale behind not allowing carbon dating? Is the judge going too technical into the order of the Supreme Court that the Wazukhana has to be sealed and there should be no distortion or disruption to the Wazukhana? But how does that take away from the carbon dating plea which the Hindu side had asked for?
Well, Zaka, see, it's a 5-page order, and the Hindu side, and we all have been talking about the fact that how the court has observed that this entire area was sealed by the Supreme Court order dated 16th of May this year, and therefore the court says that, any order at this stage will be actually meaning the interference into the Supreme Court's order of the status quo of the sealing of that area. But there's also another very important mention which the district judge makes. District judge clearly says that, all these demands of ASI probe, carbon dating, the court doesn't feel that this will be actually helpful in addressing the original petition or the original request that was made in the suit. Now, the original request was simply of the 5 Hindu women litigants seeking a right of daily worship of Ma Shringar Gauri. And then we saw that how this case actually meandered its way to different issues, and the focus came on the issue of that disputed structure, which the Hindu side claims is a Shivling and the Muslim side says is a fountain. The present application which was being disposed by the court today was about determining the exact nature of the Shivling, and therefore the court, in a very important state observation, also said that all these demands are not going to be helpful as far as the issue of deciding the original suit is concerned, the original suit of Ma Shringar Gauri is concerned. And I think therefore by this order, the court has also tried to bring back the focus on the original issue before the court, and that original issue is not about the Shivling but about deciding that whether the 5 Hindu women litigants have a right of daily worship of Shringar Gauri or not.
In fact, we'll be speaking to one of those original 5 petitioners who moved the court for allowing prayers across the year. Right now, prayers are offered on one day of the year. But we'll leave it at that, Pranshu Mishra, for joining us. Let me now open this up to our guests. Dr. Geeta Bhatt, academician, joining us. Ashwini Dubey of the Supreme Court will be joining us as well. Muzakir Zama Khan is a lawyer with the Muslim side. Tausif Ahmed Khan, advocate and political analyst. And Manju Vyas, like I said, is one of the original petitioners, so she'll be joining us. Geeta Bhatt, let me start with you, ma'am, first. Because essentially what the court is saying is, and the court is going by the letter and the spirit of the Supreme Court judgment, that nothing should happen to the Wazukhana. It should be a sealed area. There should be no either structural or temporal changes
to that area. So the court is saying, how can you possibly expect carbon dating because this object that's been discovered there, whether it's a shivling or a fountain, is also part of the Wazukhana complex?
Yeah, Zakar, you see, with due respect to the judgment that has been given in the Gyanvapi case, you see, we also have to look into the fact that the leeway that has been taken by the judge and by the court is that the original petition which was filed was actually regarding the plea of 5 women who had requested for the Gauri Shankar, allowed to be doing the praying in the Gauri Shankar temple. But when later on, when this plea was added that the carbon dating of the Shivling should be allowed, so this leeway has been taken. However, the fact remains that there could always be a separate petition which could be added, and in which this particular prayer could be put forth.
Okay.
And the fact remains that in the court of law, it is the evidence and the facts which are
Correct.
going to stand. So keeping that in mind, and carbon dating is a very scientific method which in archaeology is used to find out the exact date of that particular object. So there is no harm in doing so, and in nowhere in the Supreme Court order it has been said that there cannot be a carbon date. You have to keep it protected, but that does not mean that you cannot find out the age of that.
So let me ask Ashwini Dubey, Supreme Court advocate. The original petitioners, the 5 petitioners, the women who moved the court, were essentially asking for one basic plea, which is that they be allowed to pray at Mata Shringar Gauri for all 365 days of the year, not just one day in a year. The fact that the Hindu side, and of course a lot of advocates are arguing for the Hindu side, the fact that they changed their position from that, which the original petitioners had, to doing this carbon dating on this structure that's been found, was that a mistake? Because as the judge said in his judgment too, you can do all the carbon dating in the world, but that's not going to make a material difference to the original petition moved by the 5 petitioners, the 5 women.
Yes, thank you, Zaka, for having me here. See, the order passed by the district judge's appealable order, that is subject to judicial review. Now, second, the original petition was that these 5 devotees have a right, pre-existing right, which was existing prior to 1993, when by order of an executive order, by virtue of an executive order, then state government took over that right, that they used to perform Mata Shringar Gauri's Puja every day. So this position is clear. And now the second prayer is that any visible or invisible god, goddess found within the municipal limit 5180 or something plot number, which includes the entire plot number, that they should be permitted to perform puja. By virtue of the court commissioner's order, it was found that Lord Shivling was found there, and Shivling was protected by virtue of Supreme Court order. Now, moving an application does not mean that they are changing the essential character of the case. Why? There is a reason behind that. Because the appointing the commission is well within the domain of the civil justice. 2, to ascertain the age of that Shivling which was found there, because prayer B is there, visible and invisible god and goddess, including Mata Shringar Gauri and Shivji, which will be found there during the this commission. Third, so far as this carbon dating is concerned, that will ascertain the age of the Shivling which is found there, because that is the only.
No, but that has not been allowed by the court today. So how are you going to ascertain? How are you going to ascertain the age then? And the age is critical to prove that this is indeed a Shivling and not a fountain, as the Muslim side claims. So now that the court has rejected that, how are you going to go about this?
In Deen Muhammad's case, which is one of the main case referred in the cases filed by the 5 devotees, it has been categorically stated inside the body of the case that in 1936, when Deen Muhammad instituted case against then state of India, is stating that look, this belongs to the Gyanvapi Masjid. where the statement of 6 or 7 Hindus were and priests were recorded. In that statement, it was found that 1669 or 1659 that was invaded. Before that, the temple exists. That has been categorically referred in this code. So it is not that they have not
No,
avoided the
Dubeji, you are
original
missing
claim.
the point. The point is, like I said, the original petition was for worship throughout the year. That got changed. Secondly, without having carbon dating or any other scientific investigation, how are you going to prove the age of the object that was recovered at the Wazukhana? Because without proving the age, you're not going to be able to prove that this was a Shivling and not a fountain as the Muslim side claims. But let me ask Muzakir Zama Khan, who is a lawyer with the Muslim side, just because the district judge has not allowed carbon dating, A, as Mr. Dubey said, it's an appealable order, they will definitely go to the High Court, and B, the judge in this case, in my humble opinion, seems to have taken the Supreme Court's order of protecting the Wazukhana very, very literally. It doesn't mean that nothing can happen at the Wazukhana. It doesn't mean that there can't be a scientific probe in objects and structures found inside the Wazukhana.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Jacob. The today's judgment clearly said that Supreme Court protected the site. That means the junior judge is not having any power to intervene into the site, and that's clear from the words of the judgment of the junior judge. And the first point you are talking about is that who is having the right to declare the age of the site? Yeah, by which way we are going to declare the age of the site? So I don't think that in this particular case there is a need to declare the site, the age of the site. What is the need of that? For what purpose they are seeking the age of the site? I am not getting their point, and that's why the plea.
No, not the age of the site. What the
is
contention of the Muslim side, the Hindu side, is that the Shivling was discovered inside the Wazukhana, and to establish that this Shivling predated the existence or the coming up of the structure of the mosque, then the only way you can prove that is by carbon dating or any other scientific method.
Even though it is protected by the 1991 Act, then what?
No. You go back to the previous
What
order
about
of the
the
court. It did
1991
not.
Act then?
It said very clearly, 1991 Act does not bar a petition being moved. It very clearly said Order 7, Rule 11 will not apply. You know that. That's what was said in the last order. Of course, it is sub judice.
None of the order till date is final order. Still, the matter is prejudice.
Yes.
So let the final judgment come. Then we will decide.
Okay. Let me also go across to Sita Sahu. She's one of the 5 women who moved the petition. The original petition was to worship. Sita ji, ये बताइए, आपका जो पहला मुकदमा जो था, आपका प्ली जो था, ये सिर्फ यही था कि आप साल भर माता श्रृंगार गौरी का पूजा और दर्शन करें, यही था आपका पिटिशन. इसमें से ये कार्बन डेटिंग, शिवलिंग, ये आपका पूरा पिटिशन कब बदला और कैसे बदला, और आपको लगता है कि ये बदलने की वजह से आज जो ऑर्डर आया है वो हिंदू पक्ष के खिलाफ है?
देखिए, हिंदू पक्ष के खिलाफ नहीं है. सुप्रीम कोर्ट में हम लोग जाएंगे. वैसे पहले ही सुप्रीम कोर्ट में ये गया था कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ही इसे जिला जज में भेजा था, लेकिन आज जो फैसला आया है तो हम लोग दोबारा से सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जाएंगे. और रही बात जो आप ये पूछ रहे हैं कि हम लोग का पहले श्रृंगार गौरी, तो हाँ, श्रृंगार गौरी की पूजा पाठ के लिए हम लोगों ने याचिका डाला था, लेकिन वहाँ महादेव जी भी मिले हैं और शिव के बिना शक्ति के बिना शिव और शिव के बिना शक्ति अधूरे हैं. तो हम लोग को दोनों ही चाहिए. हम लोग ने अपनी याचिका में ये डाला भी है कि वहाँ कई महादेव हैं, महादेव जी हैं, माँ गौरा पार्वती हैं, माँ श्रृंगार गौरी हैं, कार्तिकेय जी हैं. हम लोग की याचिका में लिखा हुआ है.
तो आप ये कह रहे हैं कि आपका जो पहला याचिका था, ओरिजिनल पिटिशन जो था कि आप साल भर पूजा कर सकें, दर्शन कर सकें, वो आप उसको बदल रहे हैं और आप कह रहे हैं कि अभी जो बाबा मिल गए तो उसका कार्बन डेटिंग हो, उसका कोई साइंटिफिक इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो, ताकि ये प्रूव हो जाए कि ये जो वहाँ पे जो स्ट्रक्चर मिला है वो शिवलिंग ही था और वो मस्जिद आने के पहले से ही वहीं था. ये आपका अभी नया आपका जो प्रेयर है, अभी का जो आपका याचिका है, वो ये है.
हम लोगों ने ये, जब देखिए हमारे सीलिंग मिलेगी, हम लोग को पूरा विश्वास है कि वो सीलिंग है, लेकिन अगला पक्ष कह रहा है कि फव्वारा है, तो वो कैसे साबित होगा? जब तक उसका जांच नहीं होगा तब तक ये कैसे पता चलेगा? वो हमारे भावनाओं को आहत करते रहेंगे, हमारे सीलिंग को फव्वारा फव्वारा कह रहे, तो जब तक जांच नहीं होगा तब तक पता कैसे चलेगा? और हम लोगों ने अपने बात में ये रखा भी, हम लोग ने याचिका में रखा कि सीलिंग को कोई भी उसमें कोई छेड़छाड़ किए बिना, कोई उससे क्षति पहुंचाए बिना उसका जांच हो।
नहीं, वो कैसा होगा? नहीं, वही तो आज जज ने भी कहा उनके ऑर्डर में कि बिना उसको कोई छेद पहुंचाते हुए कैसे आप इन्वेस्टिगेशन करेंगे? वो तो पॉसिबल ही नहीं है जज साहब के ऑर्डर के मुताबिक। तो इसीलिए उन्होंने खारिज कर दिया आपका हिंदू पक्ष का जो प्ली था।
खारिज की बात नहीं है, जज ने ये कहा है कि ये आपका सुप्रीम कोर्ट में गया था और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ये वहाँ पे रोक लगाई हुई है, तो आप सुप्रीम कोर्ट मैं कैसे इसका जजमेंट दे सकता हूँ, जो कि ये होना चाहिए था। हालांकि पक्ष में हम लोग के आज नहीं आ पाया है, लेकिन हम लोग सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाएंगे, क्योंकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट में पहले भी हम लोग जा चुके हैं और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ही इसे जिला जज में भेजा था, लेकिन जिला जज ने शायद उस बात को गौर नहीं किया।
So Tausif Ahmed Khan, basically what Sita Sahu is saying is that today's judgment, the judge has refused the Hindu side's plea on a technicality, and the technicality is that the Supreme Court had ordered for the protection of this Wazukhana. Tomorrow, if the Hindu side goes to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court removes that technicality, then we are back to square one. Then the judge is free to order carbon dating or any other scientific investigation to prove, or to find out, to probe rather, how old this structure is, or this object that was found there, which the Hindu side is claiming is a Shivling and the Muslim side is claiming is a fountain. So it's a technicality.
You see, Zaka, law cannot be seen with a technical lens. You have to take a holistic approach. The current issue is very contentious. You see, on one side, we have the act which bars changing the nature of any religious site which is standing as it is from 1947 after the independence. And on the other side, we have the Supreme Court Babri judgment that was delivered by the Supreme Court, which records this fact and which assures that this act, the Presence of Worship Act, is a guarantee that going forward, no further religious structures, nature would be changed. Now, in this backdrop, the question that court considers is that can the court, by judicial process, create facts on the ground to determine the nature of the Gyanvapi Mosque so that it can be changed? So
no, one second. Tausif. One clarification. It's not the court's job to change the nature of the place of worship. What the court was asked of by the Hindu side was, can you order an investigation, whether it's carbon dating or any other investigation, to find out how old this particular structure is? That's all they've asked for. Now the courts are not experts in this. They'll have to go back to archaeologists, they'll have to go back to scientists to find out how old this structure is.
You see, court, there comes a time after certain facts are created on the ground, then there will come a time where court will say, oh, I am sorry, I can't do anything because a certain incident has happened. Like in Babri Masjid case, had the mosque been standing there, then we all know the judgment would have been different. The court accepted that since the masjid has been demolished, the Babri Mosque was demolished, court had no other alternative but to hand the land to the Hindu side and awarded an alternate site.
Okay.
Here, court is trying to preempt. Like the law gives us, law is very clear that we have to preempt any untoward incident from happening. Like illegal ex-party order was passed, after which the Wazu Khana was sealed. Even though court has allowed the Muslim side to continue with the namaz and continue with the wazu.
Yeah.
Now, today the very technical question is, can carbon dating determine, is relevant to examine the stone?
Which is why I believe the Hindu side had also remedied their petition from just carbon dating to quote unquote any other scientific investigation to know the age of the object that was found there. But let me go back to Geeta Bhatt. The point, Geeta Bhatt, is I think Sita Sahu did not call it a setback. Of course, you can appeal today's order. But the reason why today's order came about is because there was a shifting of the goalposts. There was shifting of the petition. The petition originally was for plea to worship 365 days in a year as opposed to just one day. And that then got construed into, you know, the structure that was found, and the Hindu side claiming it's a Shivling, the Muslim side claiming it's a fountain. There was no need for that.
Well, you see, what developed during the when the video recording was done and when they entered into the premises of the Gyanvapi structure, at that time it was discovered that this Shivling is over there, and which the Anjuman committee is disputing. So because of this, and it was definitely a revelation, it was, lot of people were not knowing about it, although those who have been living, in that area and used to visit pre-1991, when there were no such restrictions, people used to go inside and they all knew that this existed there in the, on the walls, you can see the different gods and goddesses which have been carved out. It is only post-1991 that these restrictions came into play. So now what is, you see, the fact is that once any scientific method is used to determine the age of the Shivling, Zakaji, I am very sure that the findings will very clearly state the premises. Not only this, there are various, underground rooms over there where there are various such artifacts. One can find out that exactly to which particular era they were built. And also, Deen Muhammad's case was...
No. One second. I think we're confusing two facts. I think we're confusing two facts. One is, if you were to... And you're a historian, ma'am. So, you go back and look at the history books from the 16th century, the 15th century. It is a very clear recorded fact of history that a temple used to exist there at the Gyanvapi site. That was destroyed by Aurangzeb, and Aurangzeb put up a mosque in place of that site. Nobody is disputing that. No, nobody is disputing that.
Yes.
What has happened subsequently in the modern era is, after Babri Masjid, there was this Places of Worship Act which said that the character of any religious institution as it stood in 1947 on 15th August should not be changed. Now, if you want to change that, and admittedly, if the petitioners were to be given access to pray every day, 365 days of the year, then you're changing the nature of that particular place of worship. Then, by all means, go ahead and amend that act. That is the point, Ashwini Dubeji. Because, which is why I keep going back. The original petition was for prayer throughout the year. Whether it is a Shivling, whether it is a fountain, is immaterial to the original prayer.
Jaka bhai, give me 50 seconds and let me elaborate in your point of view. First, the Places of Worship Act will apply if there will be an attempt to change the religious character of a place. 2, Places of Worship Act and the Ayodhya judgment is concerned. Ayodhya judgment does not bar from asking to restore a pre-existing right which was taken away by virtue of an executive order in 1993. That is the daily puja which was being offered. This is an admitted fact. 3, so far as the ascertaining the age of a object, I do not say it's a Shivling. To ascertain the object which the Muslim side is saying that's the Fawara, Hindu side is saying no, it's a Shivling. The only way out where court will reach to the conclusion, because there was pre-existing right to perform the puja at the same place. That is the carbon dating. But carbon dating issue is closed by the trial court. That has to be looked into by the civil court or appellate court. Its own wisdom. I am not disputing that. Third point which you are saying, that the prayer A is Article 25 of the Constitution of India, right to propagate, profess, preach. Prayer B is that anything, if it is found during the hearing of this case in visible and invisible form, that should be protected. That's exactly the prayer B says, and state government and the district authorities should be directed to protect it. Prayer C is that in the performance of the daily puja, there should not be any obstruction, and the state government should be directed to protect our life and liberty. These are the prayers.
Okay.
And the court is there. Yes, Jacob.
Muzakir Zama Khan, I'll give you the final word. So again, I keep going back to it because I think today's order is based on the technicality that the Supreme Court had said, seal the area of the Wazu Khana. If the Supreme Court in its wisdom were to relook at that technicality, then this order will get reversed very soon.
No, Mr. Jacob, the technicalities is not about the only within the domain of Supreme Court judgment. The technicality is also today's judgment is also based on a point that what is the fruitful result which affect the proceeding if the age of the site was declared by that scientific method. What is the purpose of that procedure, or it is the only a delay tactic, I think. To delay the matter, to politicize the matter. The petition was changed to politicize the matter, took this matter until 2024 to fight the matter on the basis of this judgment and this orders and all that. That's all. According to me, it's a politicization of this.
So you are saying that this
proceeding.
is a political matter. It's less to do with faith, less to do with legal issues. We'll see how the story plays out. Obviously, the Hindu side will challenge this in the High Court and perhaps even knock the doors of the Supreme Court, because the judge today, the district judge, very clearly and explicitly stating in his judgment that since the Supreme Court had asked for this area to be sealed, any form of scientific investigation on any object found there, whether it's a shivling or a fountain, call it what you want, that will then be violative of the Supreme Court's order. I want to thank our guests, and I'm going to go to this piece of breaking news that's coming in. A court in Delhi now has framed charges against former Aam Aadmi Party councillor Tahir Hussain, as well as 5 others in a case relating to the 2020 Delhi riots. The court has noted that the accused persons, including Tahir Hussain, had entered into a conspiracy to kill Hindus. Remember, the Aam Aadmi Party had distanced itself from Tahir Hussain, but now a court has said that charges can be framed against the former Aam Aadmi Party councillor Tahir Hussain, as well as 5 others in a case relating to the 2020 Delhi riots. Remember, the Delhi police had raided his home right after he was taken into custody, and they had discovered tons of weapons, Molotov cocktails and other country-made weapons in his premises. Let me go across to Ananya, who has more details on this. Walk us through what else the court has said while saying that you can go ahead and frame charges against Tahir Hussain.
Well, in fact, Zaka, they have already framed charges under sections of attempt to murder, rioting, unlawful assembly. And this is the Delhi's Karkarduma court, which has in fact framed charges against Tahir Hussain and 5 other people into a case relating to the 2020 Delhi riots. In fact, the court, in its observations, clearly noted that the statement of witnesses and the evidence record clearly suggests that there was a conspiracy to go and kill Hindus. Is a very, very clear observation that has been made by the court. In fact, it has also been shown that the indiscriminate firing completely shows that the accused person wanted to kill Hindus. The intention was to kill Hindus in that particular area when riots had broken down in the northeast district of the national capital in February 2020. Post the central government actually brought in the anti-CAA bill. Remember that various protests had broken out and violence had broken out in specifically in the northeast area of the national capital. This is the FIR 91 and 92, in which charges have been framed not only against Tahir Hussain but 5 other people. But remember that Tahir Hussain's name is being said as the kingpin of this particular riot that had happened in the national capital, and in various court orders he has been referred to as a kingpin into this particular case. In fact, the charge sheets too entail down his role into this particular case. But now the court has now framed charges against Tahir Hussain under the charges of attempt to murder.
Ananya, we'll have to leave it at that. We're completely out of time. Ananya Bhatnagar there giving out the details of the court giving the go-ahead for framing of charges against Tahir Hussain. In a moment, Akanksha will be joining you with the biggest exclusive.
હીરાબા આવીને પાછા નાટકો કરે, આપણને બોલતા શરમ આવે એટલી મોટી ઉંમરના વ્યક્તિ વિશે, પણ એ લોકો નથી શરમાતા.
If you think
abusing the Prime Minister's mother will help you gain political popularity in Gujarat, you are mistaken.
भाजपा नहीं बोल रही थी जब लाशें बिछाई गई थी पाटीदार नौजवानों के। हजारों नौजवानों के ऊपर आज भी मुकदमे हैं। माताओं के गोद खाली हुए हैं, गोद।
A very warm welcome. You're watching the biggest exclusive tonight with me, Akanksha Swaroop. Now, the Aam Aadmi Party's Gujarat chief, Gopal Italia, was detained by the Delhi police on Thursday. This soon after Italia was summoned by the National Commission of Women for his anti-Hindu and abusive remarks against Hindu women. Now, earlier this week as well, a video of Italia had gone viral in which he can be heard berating the Prime Minister. And in the latest, BJP leader and Union Minister Smriti Irani has launched a scathing attack on Gujarat's Aam Aadmi Party chief, calling him gutter mouth. This for passing derogatory remarks against Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother, Hiraben. The defining moment, of course, yesterday was the agitation by the Patidar community.